Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. This is Pinkie, the housewife. I will be carrying this on all three of my channels, but I will post those on Pink Global and the original Pinkie. I will post those later on, but this is live on Pinkie, the housewife. It is Thursday morning, July the 3rd. Oh gosh, day before the 4th of July. Oh, okay, guys. Yesterday was an eventful day in New York City at the courthouse for Sean Diddy Combs, the Diddler trial. It was an exhausted day. I was live for 7 hours. So I didn't want to miss when they first come out and say no bail. When they first came out, when they first heard it, the lady and man was out covering, giving us an update. I forgot what channel it was, but anyway, it was giving us an update of everything. And they came out and they got the word over their ears, or somehow they got the word while they was out, and they repeated it to each other. No bail. He got no bail, no bail. And I'm going to show that moment. I got it on my video. It's toward the end. Um, it was a shock for everybody because Sean thought he was going home. His family thought he was going home. But before we get started, let me go ahead and get out the house rules before we get started. And I will be taking my avatar down. Right now, it's up because I haven't had time to brush my teeth or wash my face or put clothes on. I'm still in pajamas because I just woke up. Okay? I know it's late, but I just got up. Okay? But that's normally I wake up about 11:30, or 12 o'clock. So this is still early for me because I got out of bed 30 minutes ago. Okay? So we're going to work with me on this. Okay? So Diddy. We're going to be talking about the con- convict, convicted of 2 out of the 5, no bail. What goes on with that? And then he's waiting to be sentenced. So we're going to talk about all that. I got all the dates and everything ready for you all. Okay. Uh, House rules. I want to welcome everybody to the Pink House. Hit the like button because y'all know it doesn't cost a thing to hit that like button, and then subscribe to the channel. All right, subscribing don't cost a thing either. Let me just say I need to hit 6,000. We're trying to get me to the 6,000 mark, and I'm going to tell you all now so I won't have to tell you later on. I hope. I need 219 subscribers. That was last night, 219 subscribers that hit my 6,000 subscribers, okay? We gave out a lot of gifts yesterday, total of 6 gifts, because this was we had what we call the verdict watch party. And I gave out six gifts. Uh, five of the gifts have already been ordered. I ordered those last night before I went to bed. The last one, I'm going to order that one today. Okay. I'll be making that order today. So let me see. Let me put up the graphic content warning. You can tell I haven't even had anything to drink yet. No lemon water. Okay, my hot lemon water. A graphic content because this is not for everybody. So that's why I put that trigger warning up there. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay. Well, Sean, he was down on the floor. This man was down on the floor praying. He better pray. Okay, let's get started. Renita, thank you for being here this morning. Thank you for being here. I was going to call you, but I needed to get this done first. I was going to call you when I'm brushing my teeth. Thank you, girl, for being here. Also, Sharon, thank you this morning for being here. We're going to be uh, working on this conviction of 2 out of the 5, no bail, waiting for sentences. I got all the dates ready for y'all. Impetitious, thank you for being here. My greatest supporters. Thank you, guys. And happy Thursday. Impetitious said, happy Thursday, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna help y'all to watch this. I'm gonna be watching it too on my TV. I'm gonna turn my TV on in my bathroom. But I have my phone here, so if anybody come in, I'll greet them with me. But I'm gonna watch it while I get dressed and wash my face. I'll be watching it from my TV in the bathroom. Okay. So that's about the size of it right now. So let's go ahead and take this down, this thumbnail down, so we can get started. Oh my God. Okay. Let me get it ready for y'all. We're going to start with CNN News 18. I know we always start with Law and Crime Network, but we're gonna do both. But right now we'll do Law and Crime a little later. But right now, because I want to see all this crazy stuff that's going on. People are saying a Frico is not a Rico. T-shirts, they had them on yesterday, guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. I just paused it just for a moment so I can get everything ready. And y'all put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this. I'm going to play it first.
No shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory.
Can y'all hear that? I think I've got that thing loud. Put a 1 in the chat. Let me see. Okay, everybody can hear that. Okay, I'm going to leave it playing because I want y'all to hear what this man's saying. Talking about it's a great victory. Okay, he's still going to jail. He didn't go home like yesterday. But I'm going to go ahead. Thank you for putting that in. Follow me, Black TV. Thank you this morning for getting in here on time. Thank you. Follow me, Black TV. Thank you for coming in. Okay. Is that Colton again? Colton. Okay, I like that avatar. I like this one here because I like this avatar. You change avatars like I change clothes, but that's okay. Carlton, guys, say good morning to him. See, Carlton, I like this avatar. I'm going to take my avatar down as soon as I go wash my face and brush my teeth. Y'all don't want to see me until then because I look like I've been, ooh, Lord. Fell out the bed 50 times probably. Okay, good morning, Carlton. Okay, now let's listen to this man. Okay, I have to have somebody come turn it on my TV in my studio because I don't know how to. I don't use. It's a brand new TV, but I swear I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm going to leave it alone. I have somebody come in here to do it for me. Okay. So here we go, guys.
Victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Then the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the foreperson from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs. Count one, the racketeering conspiracy. The foreperson said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands. When the foreperson said for count two, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura, he said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump and as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, they said woo, and they made noises in the courtroom, not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, that this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, he was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs' eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases. But the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
Carrie, thanks very much. Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases, ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him, "You full-throatedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence." Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped a celebration by Combs' supporters outside the courthouse, some of whom, according to CNN's Laura Coates, doused one another with baby oil, a reference to Combs' so-called freak-off sex parties. And some fans had T-shirts referring to both that and his racketeering acquittal, which read, "A freako is not a Rico." Inside court, no shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Then the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the foreperson from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs. Count one, the racketeering conspiracy. The foreperson said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands. When the foreperson said for count two, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura, he said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, they said woo, and they made noises in the courtroom, not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, he was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs's eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases. But the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
All right, Kara, thanks very much. Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases, ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him, "You full-throatedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence." Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped the celebration by Combs' supporters outside the courthouse, some of whom, according to CNN's Laura Coates, doused one another with baby oil, a reference to Combs' so-called freak-off sex parties. And some fans had T-shirts referring to both that and his racketeering acquittal, which read, "A freako is not a Rico." Inside court, no shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Then the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the foreperson from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs. Count one, the racketeering conspiracy. The foreperson said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands. When the foreperson said for count two, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura, he said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, they said woo, and they made noises in the courtroom. Not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, that this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, he was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs' eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases. But the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
All right, Kara, thanks very much. Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases, ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him You full-throatedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence. Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped the celebration by Combs' supporters outside the courthouse, some of whom, according to CNN's Laura Coates, doused one another with baby oil, a reference to Combs' so-called freak-off sex parties. And some fans had T-shirts referring to both that and his racketeering acquittal, which read, "A freako is not a Rico." Inside court, no shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Then the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the foreperson from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs. Count one, the racketeering conspiracy. The foreperson said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands when the foreperson said for count two, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura. He said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump and as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, they said woo, and they made noises in the courtroom. Not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, he was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs' eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases. But the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases, ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him, "You full-throatedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence." Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped the celebration by Combs' supporters outside the courthouse, some of whom, according to CNN's Laura Coates, doused one another with baby oil, a reference to Combs' so-called freak-off sex parties. And some fans had T-shirts referring to both that and his racketeering acquittal, which read, "A freako is not a Rico." Inside court, no shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Now, the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the 4-person from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs. Count 1, the racketeering conspiracy. The 4-person said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands. When the 4-person said for count 2, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura, he said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, they said woo, and they made noises in the courtroom. Not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, that this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, he was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs' eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the.
Good morning, Omar, Black Titanic. Thank you for being here. Impetitious. Thank you for being here. Omar is here. TNTG Mon. Let me see who else let me see what you all are seeing. Sharon is here. She's Sharon is here. And Patricia's is saying hi to TNTG Mon. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. I know y'all know the drill. Black Titanic. She's speaking to everyone all at the same time. And Patricia's speaking back. Oh my, Black Titanic is saying, woman is just property to this man. He has no respect for women. No, it's just like one of his cars or the boat or the jet or the airplane, just another one. Guys, I'm soon going to be taking my avatar down. I already washed my face, brushed my teeth. I took a quick shower. Now I just got to put my top on. And then Grand Rising. Oh my. Okay. Just give me, that's all I have to put on is my top. Let me go back and get it. And guess what? I got a surprise for you. For the people that was in my live that won the gifts, remember, we had a verdict watch. We had a verdict watch party. Okay? And you know, we was on there for 7 hours. I had people that was hanging in there with me for 7 hours. They didn't disappear. And how I know they didn't disappear, because they were still there talking, and we was all rejoicing. I got a surprise for everybody that won. I gave away 6 watch party gifts. And guess what? I ordered them. Remember I said I ordered those last night? 5 of them are here. The 5th one, I said I was going to order it today, but I ordered all the other ones last night before I went to bed. And they are here. They are here already. They got delivered this morning. My daughter brought them to me this morning while I was trying to get my clothes on. Good morning, K Cloud. Thank you for being here. Well, y'all know it's still morning to me, because I'm late. I'm going to take this avatar down in just a minute, guys. But I got y'all's gifts here. Okay? So I'm going to go for everybody that participated and took part in the question and answer fun game. Y'all was rewarded with your gift. And I think y'all gonna love them. Okay, we'll talk about that. I got them, and I'm not gonna open your boxes, but I'll just show you. Show you in case you're out in the chat. I'll show you what you get. Okay, and I know some of you all won 2, and those 2, and you said you're gonna give one to this your sister, or you're gonna give one to another friend and stuff. And so I am that is a good idea. Like most people wanted to give them away to somebody because they already won. Give it to somebody in the chat. I don't know who to give it to, so I explained you can give it to a family member. You can give it to a friend, because they probably be happy that you gave it to them. Or you may say before a Christmas gift. That one gift you wouldn't have to get. And a woman get one of these for Christmas, they'd be happy. Yes, they would. So let's finish hearing what's going on here right quick. And I will be back in 5 minutes. All I have to do is just put my top on. We're trying to debate, should I wear a hoodie today, or I think it's Adidas, Adidas black and white striped shirt or whatever, or a hoodie. Just put on a hoodie and just throw a hat on my head. So we're trying to debate between that, my daughter and I, because it's pouring down, raining here and everything. I said it feels like a hoodie day, and just throw a hat on my head and call it a day. Okay, so but nevertheless, and also y'all will get a chance to talk with Phoenix too today. I will get a chance to talk to Phoenix. Phoenix is going to be part of this live. And the dogs may be too. I don't know. But I know I'll let y'all talk to Phoenix, okay? All right. Sharon, I'm going to put this back on, guys.
Opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases. But the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
All right, Kara, thanks very much. Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him, "You full-throatedly in your closing argument told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence." Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped the celebration by Combs' supporters outside the courthouse, some of whom, according to CNN's Laura Coates, doused one another with baby oil, a reference to Combs' so-called freak-off sex parties. And some fans had T-shirts referring to both that and his racketeering acquittal, which read, "A freako is not a Rico." Inside court, no shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today is a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court, literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Then the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the 4-person from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs. Count 1, the racketeering conspiracy. The 4-person said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands when the 4-person said for count 2, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura. He said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, they said woo, and they made noises in the courtroom, not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, that this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, He was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs's eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases, but the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
Kara, thanks very much. Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him, "You full-throatedly in your closing argument told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence." Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped the celebration by Combs' supporters outside the courthouse, some of whom, according to CNN's Laura Coates, doused one another with baby oil, a reference to Combs' so-called freak-off sex parties. And some fans had T-shirts referring to both that and his racketeering acquittal, which read, "A freako is not a Rico." Inside court, no shortage of drama either. Afterwards, Combs' legal team sounded triumphant.
It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. So today is a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that there was a verdict, Combs came out of the holding area where he is being detained and walked in, kind of gave his family a little prayer nod, which he's done repeatedly. But his lawyers had grave expressions on their faces. The jury had only deliberated for 13 hours in a trial where the testimony had spanned more than 6 weeks. Then the judge said that they had reached a verdict. He brought the jurors in. And then the 4-person from the jury stood up and was asked how they found Combs, count 1, the racketeering conspiracy. The 4-person said not guilty. At that point, Combs put his head in his hands when the 4-person said for count 2, sex trafficking conspiracy involving Cassandra Ventura. He said not guilty. Combs had a slight fist pump as he was sitting at the defense table. And then he was found guilty of this transportation for prostitution, 2 of those charges, but acquitted on the most serious charges. Now, in his friends and family who were sitting in the rows directly in front of me, at that first sound of not guilty, they shouted out yes. And then at the second not guilty, They said, woo, and they made noises in the courtroom, not enough to disturb it, but a complete release of the tension that they were clearly feeling. And after the jury foreman had said the verdict, he then polled the jurors to ensure that each and every one of the 12, the 8 men, the 4 women, that this was their unanimous verdict. And at the time that they were doing that, Combs was nodding toward the jury. He had his hands again in a prayer position, as though he was thanking each and every one of them. After the verdict was read, because Combs is still in detention, he was being escorted out of the courtroom. He stopped to pause to his family, and he said to them, "Thank you. I love you, love you, love you." And as he turned to walk out, they erupted into applause. So he left the courtroom with the sounds of applause. Then his lawyer spoke to the family members. They were hugging each other. They were patting each other on the back. It was pure joy in there. One of the attorneys was crying, and the spectator section, the friends and family, they started chanting dream team," at the attorneys who had just helped Sean Combs evade potentially a life sentence.
When the judge denied bail for him, what was his reaction?
So the judge came right on the bench after this long pause, and he out of the gate said that he was denying bail. Combs's eyes widened, his mouth opened. He looked like he was shocked because of the significant win he had earlier in the day. Now the judge was saying he was not going to be released before the sentencing. His lawyers still continue to try to make the argument, saying, that his young children needed parents, saying that this case was unlike other cases. But the judge denied it, saying that this was a case of violence, that there was violence that his own legal team admitted to. And at one point, Combs had waved his arms in the air as though he wanted to address the judge. And Agnifilo, his attorney, said, "Let me talk to my client," walked over to him, and then came back, and Combs did not address the judge. So clearly they did not want him to speak at that moment. But then when Combs was about again to leave and head back into the court, into the detention, he turned again to his family. They allowed him a moment. He leaned into them and he said, "We're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out. I love you all. Be strong."
All right, Kara, thanks very much. Sean Combs, who's no longer facing life in prison or anything close to it, but is still behind bars tonight. That's because even though jurors in his federal trial today acquitted him of racketeering and sex trafficking, they did convict on 2 counts in transportation to engage in prostitution. One involving his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and the other in connection with an accuser not named in court and others. And though bail is not unheard of in such cases, ahead of sentencing, this time the judge said no. In explaining why, he addressed defense attorney Mark Agnifilo, telling him, "You full-throatedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. And you said this is a case that did involve violence." Now, you'll remember the defense made a point from the very start of the trial, acknowledging their client's violent acts, most infamously this one against Cassie Ventura, caught on tape in 2016. And though it may not have factored in the verdict, it certainly did in today's bail denial. And going by the judge's words, certainly could factor into the sentencing. None of that stopped the celebration by Combs' supporters.
Thank you all for coming in. Let me put this over here. Thank you all for coming in. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, got that. What am I missing? Huh? You know? You don't know? I don't know either. Let me, got my water. I got my water. I got, my hot lemon water. That's what I'm missing. Wait, guys, give me 1 second. Let me get some of these here. I'll get some here. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, baby girl. Okay, I'm back, guys. I'm here. I'm here for good now. I am here for good. I am here for good. Whew. I had to have to get dressed. Y'all know. No. I do things. I have to have help for everything. To get my clothes put on, to get this done, to get that done. I'm just trying. I'm just working it out. Okay. Miss Pinkie wearing pink and looking pretty. Thank you. Thank you, BT Black Titanic. You know what, Black Titanic, I'm tired. I had to have help. Let's get rid of this so we can get into what we need to. Thank you guys. I know I'm a hot mess. I look a hot mess. Let me pull up my hair from under this hat because I don't like. I didn't want to wear a hat. Who knows? Halfway through this live, this hat may get thrown to the side. Okay. It may get, my shoulder is bothering me. I got my medicine to take for my shoulder. I'm waiting on my hot water first. My hot lemonade, my hot lemons. That's what I'm waiting on. Okay. And then I'm gonna have my daughter to turn this TV on because I don't know how to do. I don't do all those things. Okay. But anyway, Pinkie, tell Phoenix hi. I'm gonna let Phoenix. Thank you. I will. I'm gonna let Phoenix tell y'all himself. Hello. Ooh, Lord, Phoenix is a. Ooh, Lord, he's a. I ain't fooling with Phoenix. Okay. Let's go ahead and get on with it. Thank you all for being patient. Thank you all for waiting. Let me just see how many people waited. Y'all know I'm getting ready to tell you. I'm getting ready to tell you, did you wait or did wait? Oh my God, we're getting ready to talk about this Diddy situation. Because I think a lot of people don't realize, y'all, they did a bait and switch. Yes, they did. You coming in? Okay, wait, let me come on in. Come on in, sweetie. Oh, right. Do I have a spoon over there behind that banana? No, I don't. Okay. Because this stuff is hot. Let me show y'all how hot this is. You can see this. Can y'all see the steam coming up out of that? Can y'all see that steam? Ooh, that is hot. Oh, I'm happy now. I am happy. You always looking beautiful, Miss Pinkie. Y'all won't believe this. Thank you, TNT. I just threw something on. That's why I got this hat on. I didn't plan on wearing this Adidas. It's supposed to be a black one. I got a new black one with the like this here. It's going down the sleeves too. It's got the Adidas right here, but then on the sides it's white. The shirt is black, but then it got this white on each side going into a V with the stripe on down here and everything. I was going to put that one on, but I told my daughter, I don't have time. I don't, and she picked these earrings out for me. I told her, grab me some earrings to put on. And when she picked them out, I didn't want to put them on. Y'all can't see them, but they're gold with diamonds in it. You can't see, it's little tight diamonds all in it. Okay, but she picked these out for me to put on, and I said that don't go because this is not gold. She picked it out for me. I think let me do this. Come on in, baby girl. Thank you. I was telling everybody that you picked out these earrings for me. And what else did you pick out? Just the earrings? Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. So she picked out the earrings for me. And I told her I want a hat on. It wasn't this hat. I was looking for this hat. My friend that survived breast cancer for many years, I wanted to wear that hat. It's a just pull it over your head and it hangs and buckles, a big beanie type hat. That's what I really wanted to put on. We couldn't find it. We looked in my hat area, my hat drawer. We could not find it. We looked because I got two separate areas, one for baseball caps and one for hats that goes to skull hats and stuff like that, and beanie caps and all that. We couldn't find it. I don't know where it's at. So we just left it alone. I said, just give me something pink. And I grabbed this one here. But yeah, she helped me to get dressed. She helped me to put this on and everything. Basically, she put the hat on my head. Actually, she's the one. I told her we're going to do this one. She's the one that put it on my head. So I told her, okay, let's go. So thanks. But thank you, TNT. I tell y'all, I have to help people to help me to get dressed in the morning. I have to help people to help me to get my food, everything. Because I can't just wake up and just get up in the morning. If I don't have help, I don't know what I'll do. It'll take me all day to get ready. Not everybody is self-sufficient. Earrings are nice. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, she picked these out. She picked these out for me. Yeah. Okay. Since I got my heart, it's going to make my heart a little softer because I was getting ready. I'm going in. I'm going in on the Diddy today. Okay, let's go ahead and see what's going on outside the courthouse. I'm going to stop this because let me just tell y'all something. Hi, Christine. Afternoon, Mom. We just left and we will be there about 3 p.m. Okay, thank you. Thank you, baby girl. This is my other daughter, guys. This is daughter number 2. Yeah, she looked just like me. She do. She really looks just like me. Because Phoenix looks like me. Because Phoenix looks like me, that means she have to look like me. Yeah. And let me just show y'all something. I did put on some more ancient alien socks, my alien socks again. Y'all know why I got these on? To give me courage. That was one of my questions yesterday. That was one of my questions. What type of alien socks I had on. I want to know the color. And I said, where's my book? That was one of the questions. And people I said, my socks. I wanted them to tell me what type of socks I had on and what color were they. The name of the socks, what type of socks, and what color. People couldn't figure that out. And I was doing this most of the morning, talking about my alien socks. I even pulled I had on some pants. I had on a little cute suit, right? And pulling up, showing them my legs and everything, and talking about why I got the alien socks on to give me courage. I need courage yesterday. And that was one of the questions. Only person got it right. My thoughts got it right. Okay. Before we get into it, let me just show y'all. Well, I'll wait a little while longer because more people may. For the people, let me see. Is anybody in here that got that gift? Got their is in here for their gifts? Well, let me just show them to you before I get started with the show. Because once I get started, we ain't talk. I'm gonna take them out the bag. Thank you, baby girl. Thank you both of my baby girls. Okay. These are what I got. Okay. And then another thing, it was the other gift was a baseball cap from don't say one thing we don't do. We don't say the Queen of Huntsville's name on a Diddy live. No, we don't do that. We just say Queen of Huntsville or our queen or whatever. but you don't say her name on that show. I ordered a pink baseball cap from her site. I ain't saying her site because then it gives her name. From her site for who was that? That one. Terry Matthews was the one that won that gift. Terry won a lot of stuff. Terry won altogether, I think, 3 gifts. Let me see. Terry here. Two. She got 3 things. I don't know. But anyway, I got a green. I'm going to show you what it looks like. Then we're going to get on with the show, guys. This is one of them. I got 2 of these. I had 2 of them out. Where did I put the other one? Okay. Okay. This is, y'all have to excuse me, my pants falling off. See there? Let me show you. See how big my pants is on me? And this is an extra small. Baby girl, tell everybody what size your mama wears. You know, mama, everything's too big on mama. Okay? See, these are the fans. And they got 2 speeds to it. And then it got a flashlight. And wait, let me show you. You can take the fan and you can turn it this way, or you can turn it this way. And it sits. Let me show you. I have to have something flat for it to sit on. Okay, let me just do this here. It have a flashlight. The flashlight is right there. Okay. This is what they want. F1. Y'all see that back there? Or you can hold it like this. Hold it up like this. Or you can see how I turn it that way. Or I can turn it this way. No, that's the same way. Or you can turn it this way. Turn it in this way. And still turn it on. See? They turn different ways. Or you can fit it up like that if you got something like a cup or something for it to sit up in. And you can sit them on your desk while you're working and just, and they got 2 speeds to them. And this is, you plug it up right there for the power and everything. You see the 2? Okay. You get a cord with it so you can plug it up. You can recharge it. Everything. I shouldn't put those in. The Phoenix on that crazy with that. Okay. But so what I did, I bought. These are the ones I bought, guys. I have. And then I'm ordering the hat today. So this is green, navy blue, and a pink. These are the gifts that I ordered for the people that was in my watch party line. I ordered these last night. They came this morning while I was getting dressed. My daughter brought them to me. They was expeditiously sent, or they was ordered overnight, delivered overnight. I ordered late last night. I think it was maybe, let me see what time did I order that. Give me 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it in. Ho, ho, ho. Here it is. That's hot. All of them. But anyway, all three. All three. We got let me tell you who got what. Healing, she was in the live. Healing won twice. And Healing was one of the people that people would call on when they needed help. Because you could get help if you didn't know. Hi, Patricia. Thank you for being here. Good morning. Terry Matthews, I'm glad you're here, Terry. I was showing all the fans because I ordered them late last night and they came this morning while I was getting dressed for the live. So Terry is one of the people that won. Y'all make sure you send congratulations to Terry. I caught the end and I heard my name. I won 3 prizes. I did email you. I hit the like button. Okay, so your gift, for everybody that I did get your address, your gift will be going out today. Okay, it will be going out today. But the ones I got here will be shipped out today. Okay, you know you won yesterday and it's shipped out the next day. Now, how fast is that? Y'all call me the express delivery woman. I'm American Express delivery. Is there such thing as American Express delivery? I don't know, but it probably is. Okay, Terry won. Terry, I thought you did win 3. Terry, 3 things. You won. Did you win 2 fans, Terry? See, it wasn't a matter of how many times you can win. And sometimes if you was close, I had everybody giving pieces and pieces of the answer until everybody, when you get close to an answer, everybody be letting you know, and I let you know to go up, to go down, close to it, and everything. And people was piecing it out, piecing them together, because I think each question had 2 answers to it. If I give you a question, it was 2 answers normally to the question. Patricia, let me see. Okay, thank you, Patricia. TNT. Terry Matthews. Terry, is there anybody else that's in here that was in that live yesterday? Okay, let me, Healing got the blue fan. Healing was in here. No, that's black. Y'all know I can't see good without my glasses. Shoot, y'all just better make sure I think this is blue. Let me see. Oh, Lord. Nobody ordered black. So this is blue because nobody ordered a black fan. This is supposed to be blue because I clicked on blue. Okay, this is the blue fan. Healing ordered the blue fan. So we're going to put the blue fan over here. My thoughts want a green fan. This is the green fan, guys. Let me see. Thank you, everyone. Okay, and then the next person on my list is Terry Matthews and Sweet Tea. Sweet Tea, if you're down in the bushes, please let me know if you're in the bushes, because normally Sweet Tea is at work, so she's in the bushes hiding every morning. Okay, you want blue and brown. Here's the brown. Okay, here's your brown too. So this is your Sweet Tea. You got the blue and you got the brown. See here? The blue and the brown. So Sweet Tea won both of these, and Sweet Tea won, not Sweet Tea, Terry Matthews. Terry Matthews gets, she won a brown and a blue. This is a navy blue. Okay. And so these are yours. And Terry won the baseball cap. So a pink baseball cap. And Terry, we need to look on the site. Don't say the name of the person. Not on this line. We need to look on the site and get that pink baseball cap. Terry, you know those bucket hats I was showing you? I showed y'all two. When I went back in my room to put back my pink and my yellow bucket hat up, I found a black bucket hat. The same one from the same person. I said, what did I order? A black one. I had a black one. Okay. The pink, somebody ordered pink. Sweet Tea ordered pink. This is Sweet Tea. So if y'all see her in here, this is the pink fan. This is for Sweet Tea. So, and the green, because my thoughts, once she won, I don't know what happened to her. I guess she was doing something. And so we didn't know what color. I asked several times in the live. So my thoughts, I ordered you the green because your avatar got green on it, had green in it. You got a green looking avatar. So I didn't know what color to get you. So if some of us in the chat said, pick green. So we picked green out for you. Okay. And I hope you like the green. The green is very pretty. Okay. So that's what happened yesterday. Oh, on the side of it, you can see how you plug it up. You see on, let me see. Y'all see how it get plugged up on the side? Well, anyway, don't worry about it. So I'm gonna put these down here, back in the bag. But those are further, and we're gonna start doing this once a month. But I've been telling my husband, once I hit 6,000 subscribers, I'm very short from 6,000. I need 219 more subscribers in order to hit 6,000. Y'all got to get me there. If you have not subscribed to my channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel, because we need to get me at 6,000 subscribers so we can keep doing what we did yesterday. I like having fun. Y'all know I have fun all by myself. I turn around in my chair, I'm up and down, and I be having fun by myself. I want to have fun. I have fun all the time. I love my lives. I be having fun all by myself. When I get through with my life, I be saying, "Oh, that was so much fun." But I want to be able to have fun with you all too. We do these little games? You win things, and who knows what you may win? Shoot, you may win a cruise with me, and I don't do 3-day cruises. If you do a 3-day cruise, you can't go with me because I ain't doing a 3-day cruise. No, I'm not paying no money to go somewhere to go to one port. I can go to one port by myself because I've been to almost. I traveled already, so I'm not paying a lot of money to go to one port. If I go on a cruise, we going. If it ain't 7 days or more, I'm staying home. At least 7 days. I get a chance to get off at 3 different ports. But if it's more, I'm still okay with that. But I ain't gonna be getting on no cruise for 3 days. Okay, so who knows? I may do that with y'all one day. Pick somebody to go with me, or pick somebody to take on a vacation with me somewhere else without being on a ship, or fly you in to visit me at my house for a weekend. I like doing things like that. And when I say my house, I'm so used to people coming and flying in or staying with me all the time. Even when they say they just coming for one day and they end up staying a week or 2 weeks, they still in my house and haven't left yet. So, and then they get their own garage. They get their own wing of the house, their own garage. Nobody on that whole wing but them. They got a whole, they don't have to see nobody. They don't hear nobody. They don't even have to see nobody for a whole week. They can stay in the house for a whole week and don't see nobody. Okay? But anyway, I want to keep doing these things, but I'm sure 200, what did I say? 219 subscribers. Okay, so we got to get me to those subscribers. I got a big banana in here today to eat on. Okay, because I need to take my pain medicine. I've been taking my pain medicine for the last 3 or 4 days, and y'all didn't notice. Pinkie been falling asleep. Pinkie been getting sleepy on you. Once I take it, I fell asleep twice. Not yesterday, but the other 2 lives, I fell asleep for just a second. I dozed off. My eyes was doing this here. But anyway, let's go ahead and get on with the matter at hand. Okay. Okay. Let's see where we are in this Diddy mess. Okay. Okay. This is today. I want to break it up. This is NBC New York. They're going to break down the verdict. But let me just tell you something. They did a bait and switch on y'all. Because I write everything down. And then I download the video and save it in my downloads. And so let me explain it to you. Let me get my calendar out so I can explain it to you. Okay. Oh, did I tell let me go tell my husband something right quick. Hubby. Could you send me a text? I mean, get in my mind. They just left home. That was about 2 minutes. No, that was sleep. I got on the line. Let me see how long. Let me see. 1 hour and 23 minutes. Okay. Montana, baby will be here soon. Okay. I got that message an hour and 23 minutes ago. Yeah. Okay. I have forgot to let people know things. Okay. Okay. Oh, my shoulder's hurting. Where is my pain medicine first? Shoot, which one it is? I got 2 of them that looks alike. Oh Lord. And before when I start getting sleepy, I ask for maybe some cake or some pie or something, or a honey bun or a moon pie or something to keep me awake, or maybe some M&Ms or some something with sugar in it to keep me awake, or some candy or something so I can stay awake. I'm trying to figure out which one of these is what I need to take for my shoulder. Remember, I got that bad shoulder that I injured again and again and again, that rotator cuff. I can't ever stop tearing that rotator cuff. The doctor said if I tear it again, I'm going to be afflicted. He didn't use that word. He used an educated word, meaning, Pinkie, you won't be able to raise up. Oh shit! Raise up your arms. Y'all see how I can do that? I can't do that with this one here. See, it goes out. I can't bring it in. After my therapy, a year of therapy, I was able to do it on both sides. Bring it up like that. I was able to hold it out like this after a year of therapy. Then I went back for almost 6 months again. And then I got it back working again. Remember that? I even had another procedure. It was doing good after a while. But now, since 3 weeks ago, I hurt myself falling over the fence twice. I fell over the fence twice. Once I fell in the grass. Then I said, oh, I know how to do it now. So to get back off the property, that I snuck onto the property to see because my realtor didn't show up. I get back on. You know the same metal gate that we got for the horses, the big round pole gate. That's the same kind I was climbing over. And I climbed back over, although I got up limping, walking around to see the property and taking pictures and stuff, and going to see the big pond out back and everything on the property. I thought I got out of there because it looked like an alligator or something is in that pond. By the way, it looked. Something crawled out of there and left a big dent, like it's dragging itself out of there. I got out of there. But anyway, after I took all my pictures and stuff. But I said I can do it again because I got to get across to get to my car. My car is on the driveway. So I'm going to climb back on it. As soon as I get back on it, bam, I hit and I fell on both knees again, put both hands down. And then this time, after I did that, then I just fell on over to this way, some kind of way. And I got up. And the worst thing about it, I could barely get up. I fell near on the driveway near my car, the front wheel of my car. And I drug myself up, opened the door, got in the car, locked the door, and thinking to myself, how hurt can I make it home? Because my knees was all scarred up. They was hurting. I had long pants on. And they still, my son, when I got home, had to put alcohol on my knees. He said, Mama, you don't have to pull your pants down for me to put alcohol on it. I said, boy, put alcohol on my knees. Don't be worried about how I got my pants down. And you rubbed out the alcohol on me. But anyway, and then he put the icy hot whatever, Freeze all over my shoulder. And they gave me some medicine and I fell asleep. And I slept for, I think, 4 hours. He said 4 hours. Baby girl said, Mama, you slept for 5 hours straight. 5 hours. They had to come and see, make sure I was still kicking, still alive. But anyway, correct. Okay. Correct. Should I email you my address? Yeah, you can go ahead and email it to me. Terry, you can do this here. Nobody, if you come up, I'll let you up for 1 second. You can come up and put it in my private chat. I have a private chat. Put it in my private chat. Nobody would know it's in there. As soon as you put it in there and I write it down, I'll delete it if you want. BT, anybody, I'm going to drop my link for anybody that want to come up anyway. But I know you're, and I'm in pain. Yeah, Pinkie. Yeah, me and Pinkie argues all the time because she thinks she's a teenager. You forget, I got a lot of energy. what to do with all this energy. Let me see how hot this is. I don't be knowing what to do with all this energy. Y'all know I used to do before I broke my pelvis, I used to do a lot of crazy stuff. And my son, I think he broke more bones than me. He's the most bone breaker in the house. He broke his butt bone. He didn't break his pelvis. He broke his butt bone. He broke his ankle. He broke his wrist 3 times, the same wrist over and over, 3 years straight, over. To the point they told him if he ever break it again, he won't have it because it was in shadows. It shattered that bone. They had to go in, take all of that out, and put he got metal in there now. Yeah, he broke it 3 years straight every summer. He broke his rib cages. He broke the rib cages. He broke everything. You name it. He breaks so much stuff over and over because he does those things in the water. You know, where somebody is pulling you from the a jet ski boat. They're in the speed boat, and he's hanging on, but he doesn't just hang on. He locks his feet. His feet is actually locked into a little board this big. They call it I forgot the name of it. And then he locks his feet into the boot and locks his feet in. You can't unlock your feet. You be under your head. If you let go, you be upside down in the water. You can't stand straight in the water. And you got to really know how to swim because you got to be underwater unlocking those while they're on top. Or have somebody jump in the water to try to flip you. And he and had many people do that before. Jump in and try to flip him, turn him up, hold him up so they can get the things off the board off his feet. I'll let him tell you about it. I got pictures of him doing this all the time. And he be flying up in the air. The speedboat goes real fast, and he jumps up and be flying through the air, boom, coming down, flying through the air, boom, coming down. And before he got his breastplate put on that covers him, he cracked his ribs, and he even cracked his ribs once with it on. He even cracked so much stuff and broke so much stuff. He had 3rd-degree burns so many times. I would say at least 4 or 5 times. He did all this dangerous stuff. And he comes home, burnt all up. His side of his leg is burnt. Skin, you can't see nothing but meat. Oh my God. This poor child, he ran head in head with a tree. The things he does, when his friends does them with him, they always have to fly in to get airlifted out or somewhere. Because they up in the mountains, they up in these waterfalls, jump, breaking, and Lord, you name it. He and saved an old man, real old man that fell down a cliff from riding his bike up in the mountains. And he got down on that cliff, a small cliff from the top of the mountains. His friends, because he's the smallest one. When I say small, my son is skinny, look, skinny. He's skinny. All of his other friends are big. And he's the youngest one. All of his friends are in their 40s. Millionaires in their 40s. And he ain't no millionaire. His daddy just won. But he hangs with him. And he's the only black kid out of all of these. And they got they know he can do all these things that they can't do. They're not in type of shape that he is. So he's the one that got down and stayed on the cliff, on the side of the cliff with the man. And when he got down, because they thought he was dead, unalive. When he got down there, they looked, and the man actually was still alive. He's been there for hours, he said. He said he kept drifting in and out, but he told him that he's going to stay here with them. And then they couldn't call there. Somebody had to hike out, get to the car so they can get a signal. and they had to send a helicopter to get the man and him off the cliff. But he did not leave the guy. He stayed with the guy the whole time, talking to him. He said his legs was broken. He was all broken up. Both his legs was broken, and probably his hip or pelvis or something, because he couldn't move. The guy was knocked unconscious for a while. He was out, so he just kept him, just talked to him and just laid there with him and you know, let him know he was there. But guys, that's where my son gets it from. I would do it a little later. I have to get on a Zoom call. Okay, Terry. Okay, Terry. Do your Zoom call. Okay. Hi, Miss BT. Now let's go ahead and get on to this show. Now, like I said, I got my calendar out. Okay, today is July 3rd. On Monday, Monday was June the 30th. On Monday, June 30th, they got the instructions from the judge about the deliberation. Okay, let me put it up there. Because I'm gonna tell y'all something. Some people, I'm gonna have to walk y'all through this. Okay. On Monday, the jury I'm down at the bottom, the second row, the middle was a jury charge in deliberation. Okay. On Monday, the judge went over the charges with the jury. He went over the 5 charges with the jury. Okay. They then went into a room where they go into this room, just the jury, nobody else. And they supposed to be doing deliberation. Okay. That was on Monday the 30th. On Tuesday, everybody thought, I even thought that they was going to make a decision probably that day. I said, this is a slam dunk. They're gonna make this decision like now. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I did. That's what I said. And that's what I meant, right? But they didn't make a decision Monday. So they went home. He let them go. You can't tell me those people wasn't talking to their family members and this and that. Because on that first, they had a problem with juror number 25. Okay, let me bring it up. Juror number 25. That was the 51-year-old man. Okay, that was the 51-year-old male. The scientist. He had a PhD. He's a scientist. So you can't tell me he ain't smart, and you can't tell me this man is not brilliant. Because I know I got a great scientist. Okay. And they wrote on a note that this jury number 25 cannot follow the instructions of the court. He cannot follow the instructions. Now, we all, with our critical thinking mind and common sense, because we ain't got to be book smart. You don't have to go to college to figure this one out. Now, which is it? Is he a narcissist? Is he somebody that don't want nobody to tell him what to do? Because the black woman, they chose a black woman as the foreman to wrangle everybody, to keep them on task and while they deliberate. I don't know. Something was crooked there. Something was crooked. So from the get-go, they had a problem. He was a problem. The judge, being who he is, so wonderful, so sweet, so kind, so smart and intelligent and young and brilliant himself, because you know he wouldn't let Sean Diddy, the diddler, pull nothing over on him. And all those, that's what he tried to do the whole time. Okay? But knowing who he was, he said, hell. He didn't say that, but I'm saying, hell no. So he, and as kind as he is, he said, keep deliberating. They said on Tuesday, they have made they got a verdict, 4 out of the 5. So if you got 5 charges, they made a decision on 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the 5. So if you made a decision on 4 out of that 5, that means you ain't only got one more. The one that they were stuck on was the RICO, racketeering conspiracy. That was the one that they were stuck on. They were stuck on count 1, racketeering conspiracy. Remember, 2 counts of sex trafficking. They had made a decision on that one. 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. They had made a decision on some of these things. They had 4 counts that they had made a decision on, a verdict on, except for the biggest one, which is racketeering conspiracy. Are y'all following me now? Let me know. Make sure you follow me. Let me see. I don't know which one that was. I don't know whether that was my pain medicine or what. We'll pray for them. What time is it? 12:52. Okay. So now y'all getting what I'm saying, right? I hope so. We're gonna play the video. We're gonna play some video. I got a video lined up for you. But then on Tuesday, the judge sent them home. Y'all go home just as sweet and nice. And y'all come back on Wednesday. Everybody was pissed as piss want to be. We was all pissed. I was pissed because they had a whole day Tuesday. They started this mess on Monday, and then they had a whole day Tuesday. So they had a day and a half to try to figure this thing out, right? Then comes Wednesday. They come back. He told them to come back on Wednesday. Now, don't forget, we got the 4th of July looming over our heads, right? We got the 4th of July sweating around us. 4th of July said, I'm coming whether you all like it or not. You better make up your mind. The 4th of July ain't going to wait on nobody. So, and the judge had reminded everybody on Thursday, the courtroom would be closed. The courthouse would be closed. On what day? Thursday. No jury, nobody, no attorneys, nobody coming up in here on Thursday. It ain't gonna be open. You can come, but it wasn't gonna be open. You can sit out there and wish and up with all your might, but nobody's gonna be there. So now, if you don't make a decision by Wednesday, that means you're gonna have to come in on Monday, which is the 7th, and make that decision. One man acting a fool, a purity fool. Jury number 25. That's the scientist, the smart one, that don't want nobody to tell him what to do. He got this. He's the holdout, in my opinion. That's how I feel about it, okay? So on Wednesday, the 2nd, they come back in. Soon as they get back in, judge say what he say, greet everybody, say what he say, And Sean popping around like, and he's greeting everybody. He greeting his family and stuff. He think he got this in the bag. Because they couldn't think out of all the things. He said Rico would send him to prison for, and I think his attorneys probably already told him that could be a life sentence, up to a life sentence in the popo. So he figured, as long as I spend my life in prison and the rest of it I can deal with. But then everything changes in the courtroom. On the 3rd, which was yesterday, this is where you all got the rug pulled from under you. They pulled it from under me because I mentioned this yesterday. I said they told the judge. Let me pull it up. Let me work on this and pull it up. Okay. They told the judge they had made a decision on 4 out of the 5 counts. Let me see, can I pull that up right quick? Let me get closer so I can see. I'm just walking you through it because I'm nobody's fool. That's one thing I'm going to tell y'all right now. I'm nobody's fool. Okay. First of all, remember this thumbnail I had put up. I had put this thumbnail up. Diddy trial, jury deliberation, verdict. Okay, y'all remember that, right? Yeah, I had put that up at one point. I'm looking for the one that where is it? Where is it? Come on. Okay. Okay. And then the next day, I put up this one. Crowd grows while waiting for the verdict. I think this one was let me just go to my site. I got them all up. And we're gonna knock this down because y'all been getting the things pulled over your eyes. And ain't nobody gonna pull nothing over my eyes. Not today, they ain't. Okay. This is 2 days ago. Let me just pull them up. Okay. I'm going to share this with you all so we can see it together. Okay. I got it up here. This one here, you see the one I'm hovering over? That one was 2 days. Okay, we'll start from, this is 2 days ago. This is 3 days ago. Okay, this one here says, I'm going to bring it up. This is 3 days ago. It says, what if Diddy is found not guilty? Are there imminent threats to his so-called friends or workers? That means the people that work for him. Okay? That was 3 days ago. All right? And let me that was, we was going over some docs on that day. Let me see. We even had Suge Knight on the phone.
Because they don't want him to get life because he did too many great things for them. But still, if I was Puffy, I did some time and got out the way. Because if he go in there and do a little time, he was going to feel he paid some debts in society. He'll start off where he left. If he get no time, the street's going to know the deal's been cut. If you get no time, nobody in the industry is going to fuck with him. It's going to be a bad problem for him because Puffy got to have security 24 hours a day. The act Puffy can get out of jail and start his own car up and drive around and live life. Him without security, he know he don't borrow time. So he had to have security. Him without drugs, shit, he probably wouldn't be able to have a conversation with nobody. He probably wouldn't be able to look nobody in the eye. He probably wouldn't even be able to bag a bitch. So those two things, it's a must. Those two things are very expensive. There's not one person in the world that can't beat drugs. I'm going to say this before I go. If you look at the industry from the 60s to now, every artist has a drug dealer that get taken care of by the majors.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
You know, it's just certain things that certain people can go down the street and they'll pull us over. Certain people can go down the street, they know they got cocaine on them, they know they got pills on them, they know they got drugs on them, right? And they know they got guns on them, but they're not going to fuck with them. You get a guy to be on the podcast and talk about all day how tough he is. And he's a little man and know he got to carry a gun. And the gun's not his gun because he don't want to have a gun. They're not going to pull him over. If they do pull a gun on him, they're not going to do anything. But at the end of the fucking day, Puffy is going to surprise you guys. Because what you think he's going to get, I don't believe he's going to get. When it comes to KPD, if Puffy don't do well on the promises he got to keep doing, somebody's going down. It's going to be somebody that has nothing to do with Puffy case. It might be a motherfucker in LA, New York, Miami, down south. It's somebody that the FBI wants. And if Puffy can bring them down or get out and bring them down, that's what he's going to do. Corey probably working on it right now. That's probably why he posted up in LA, trying to see who's doing what, who moving what, who's selling what, who killing who. Because at the end of the day, why would you want to be in the lion's den? You have to be way out here to tell on people if it's not your people. Because you know you can't go back east and tell on your own people. So you don't be on the West Coast to tell on our people. That's the way it is. That's what it's going to happen. And pretty soon everybody will know.
Whoa. So y'all want to know about like your first day? How your first day going to be in Texas prison? You want to kind of know like how this shit
Okay, guys, I'm back. Oh, shit, you just made me end my motherfucking life. Oh, shit. Hit the wrong button fucking with you. Okay, guys, y'all got to excuse me. These people, whew, these goddamn kids getting on my motherfucking nerves. Fucking with me. That's why I'm hot under the collar, fooling with these damn kids of mine. That's why fooling with these damn kids. Y'all have to excuse me. Pinkie money talks, and that's why all the charges didn't stick. Yeah, you're right. Oh, Carlton is saying hi to you, Black Titanic. STD passing around. That is true. You should know Black Titanic. Black Titanic, y'all may not know. She's a nurse. She is a nurse. And doing these free calls, I think I mentioned this yesterday, that they passing around all these STDs, all these herpes. What is that? Herpes? You know that nasty disease. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Herpes. It's herpes. That's it. Herpes. And what is the other one? HIV. And all them diseases. They can't even get well. Every time and Mr. They can't even get well. Because they couldn't use condoms. HIV in the down low freakiness, and no protection, just baby oil and lubricant. Like that's going to protect you from something. Love you, Pinkie the housewife, and can chat, but I got to go to my doctor. It's my last blood infusion before surgery. Thanks. Y'all make sure y'all put some love in the chat for Black Titanic. She's been under her doctor's care. She's been under doctor's care for a while now, and she needs everybody to give her some prayers and some hearts and some love. All right. She's under doctor's care, and she's been going back and forth to the doctor. She's been going back and forth and everything. Black Titanic, we're praying for you. Prayers going up from this chat straight up to God for you, straight up to the heavens. All right. You take it easy. You drive safely. Blood transfusion is nothing to play with, because that's dealing with your blood. And yeah, she'll be having surgery soon, guys. But she got a lot of hurdles she got to get past before that. A lot of things they have to do before that happens. All right. Black Titanic, you take care. Thank you for being in the chat and everything. And Patricia's put prayer hands and a halo for you. All right. We're going to go ahead on with this live, but I was trying to find something. Let me go back. Okay. Y'all saw that. That was on the, that was 3 days ago. And then I had, let me bring this back up, because we're breaking this down. Okay. And then after, this is the one I just showed you, that one there. Okay. Now, this one here say the U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs, jury deliberation verdict. That was 2 days ago. 2 days ago on my calendar, we'll put that. Today is the 3rd. I put that on Tuesday the 1st. That was Tuesday the 1st. This one here. This Tuesday the 1st. We was watching what's going on outside the courthouse. Okay, I just turned it off. Even got me some lemonade. I'm talking about
profile cases. If
working on drinking my lemon water, try to get to somebody talking besides me.
Jurors have already come up with their mind and they're not really looking at the facts and the evidence, considering what was in front of them for 7 weeks. I hope that's not the case. There should be
8 men
a
and 4
significant
women.
deliberation process to really get at the heart of what's happening here. Mauricio, let me go to you. Let's go talk about it. This is from Heather Stein, 4575. How long do you think deliberations will take? Hours, days? And remember, we got the July 4th weekend coming up.
I think in almost every high-profile case that I've done, I think that the jury knows that everybody's watching. So even if they have made up their mind, I think that they make it a point to show the world that they're giving it the importance that it deserves. So I would, I'm saying minimum a couple of days, because there's been so much evidence that they're
25. Thank you so much for the super chat question, Smarty Pants 1225. So I'm going to throw 2 questions to you. They're very similar. 1220 Smarty Pants 1225 asks, is it likely RICO and the Mann Act will get revised after this case? You had mentioned it before about what these statutes were traditionally designed for, Brian. Brian, I'm going to throw this one to you. This is what they were originally designed for.
I'm trying to be a mistrial. Okay, thank you.
Because he wants to protect both interests, both parties, and not give them a reason to.
Okay, here it is. Y'all can see it right here. You see right here in this, I'm going to enlarge this. Do you all see right in here where it says jury note? Jury may not be able to follow judge's instructions. Y'all see that? And they had just started deliberating. Deliberation hours, 2 hours and 32 minutes in and 51 seconds. Y'all see that up at the top, right up here at the very top, right there. And this was live. So this is, okay, let me just. Process. Right. Headed to the jury room to begin deliberations. The judge told the alternates they may say goodbye to their fellow jurors as long as they do not dismiss the case. Okay. They can say goodbye for now. Yep. But as long as they do not, this is anybody from Diddy's team. Okay, y'all see what's going on here? Know. Jury deliberation and
it refers to Bad Boy throughout. That would be Bad Boy Records. Okay, let's hear it.
They don't understand, but they stand me. Tell them give me grace even then.
See, that's when they made, I think Kanye West, Mr. West, and Sean Diddy's son made a record and talking about Nancy in that record. Okay? Yeah. See there? It's called Diddy Free. And they got Nancy in this record. See there?
Court, and he's being all
cute and calm. He can namaste his way all the way to the MDC. He wasn't all namaste in the middle of all these freak-offs. He can chill out behind bars for the rest of his life for all I care.
So this guy isn't concerned at all with kicking her, beating her, dragging her. You know what he's concerned with? And Nancy, I'm going somewhere I never thought I would go. He's concerned with holding his towel up. He cares about keeping that. There you go. I thought I'd never go there, Nancy, but I have to go there because I woke up thinking about it. He's more concerned that we don't see that TR. I don't want to say the whole thing because this is a family program.
Tootsie Roll, people have even gone so far to refer to it as a little raisin. Straight back out to Sydney Sumner, Crime Stories investigative reporter. I understand that Sean Combs had his son, Christian Combs, along with his god uncle, Kanye, very busy last night.
Yes, they have released an EP today. And one of the songs on that EP is called Diddy Free. And the lyrics say that we aren't going to sleep until we see Diddy free. And those lyrics actually mention you, Nancy. Yeah. They don't understand, but they stand me. Tell them, give me grace, even Nancy. So this is.
They even mentioned Nancy in the song.
When we learned that Agnifilo, the defense attorney, went on the mic and started singing, her name was Lola. He started singing Copacabana in a sex trafficking trial. And it just threw me over the edge because I have dealt with rape victims. You know, look around. I'm looking around the studio. At least 1 in 4 women have been sex assault victims. Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about it. People you'd never suspect have been sex assault victims.
Okay. Now, let me get this down. That was 3 days ago. That says 3 days ago. So if that was 3 days ago, today is Thursday, the 3rd. So that was on Tuesday. That was made on Tuesday. Okay? We're trying to get this together here. So that one was that one. And then this one here says 2 days ago. Okay, 2 days ago. This is the day, you see, crowd grows while waiting for the verdict. We was waiting for the verdict. I put that one up. And then let's see what it was saying.
Judge sent back a note saying, hey, you know, you got to follow my rules. You have to follow the law. Go back and deliberate. And that's exactly what the jury is expected to do.
Yeah, and on that point, the judge said, can we bring it up, Tom? I'm going to ask my producer to bring up the graphic. He said, the judge said, I received your note. I remind every juror of their duty to deliberate and their obligation to follow my instructions in the law. With that instruction in mind, please continue deliberating, he said. But can you tell us about the instructions from the judge here? Spell us out for us. What did he say?
Absolutely. So what happens is before the jury gets the case, the judge instructs them as to the law. Remember, in the process, the jurors are the ones who determine the facts. The judge is the one who makes rulings as to the law. And here you have 5 various charges. Very briefly, you have that RICO count. What is RICO? Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act. And what it says is that Diddy is accused of running a criminal enterprise where he conspired, that is, agreed to engage in illegality with one or more people in his organization. And
the reason why I'm showing you all these, I'm back doing a backtrack because they came out saying out of those 5 charges, let me find those 5 charges. Out of these 5 charges, in the very beginning, not yesterday, but in the very beginning, that was on Monday and Tuesday. Not Monday, that was on Tuesday. When they went in on Tuesday. Okay? Because Monday, they was having problems. They've been having problems with juror number 2, juror number 25. They've been having problems with him since the 30th. I wrote it down. The 30th was on a Monday. Okay? And on Tuesday, they said they got a verdict. 4 out of the 5 counts. Okay. But then this pops up. Details from inside the courtroom as Sean Diddy Combs jury announced verdict. Then on Wednesday, after the judge told them they was going to come back on Wednesday morning and continue to deliberate, from Tuesday when they said they got a verdict, 4 out of the 5 counts. Then they got a verdict, 2 out of the 5 counts. How the hell did we go from 4 out of the 5 counts to 2 out of the 5 counts? Y'all make that make sense for me. Because it ain't making no sense for me. I'm trying to narrow this thing down and I'm trying to break it down. So how did we go from that to this? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. But somebody got something. Somebody got to have an idea how we go from having 4 out of 5 counts to having 2 out of the 5. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So how did we go from there to this? I just want to know. Okay. Somebody just said, Diddy didn't do a Michael Jackson walk of freedom. Diddy did not do a Michael Jackson walk of freedom. He didn't. He thought he was going to get that moment, a Michael Jackson walk, but he didn't. He didn't get it. I'm sorry. He didn't get it. Okay. I'm just checking on something, guys. Okay. All right. So he didn't get that Michael Jackson walk. So what I'm doing, I'm trying to show you all where it went wrong so we can get on to, because we're supposed to be talking about, let me bring it up. The conviction of 2, that's what we're talking about there. No bail, and then waiting sentences. And I can go ahead and tell you all right now. Let me just take this. Well, let me let this play. Then I'm going to give you all some dates. Okay.
Doing that, it has to be that he did it for 10 or more years. And it also has to be that in doing it, he broke other laws, such as racketeering. What is racketeering? It's various types of crimes, such as arson. You heard evidence about him bombing a car. You heard about bribery in terms of the tape. Give me the tape for $100,000. And you know what? Let it not see the light of day. The tape involving his beating of Cassie Ventura, the issues about drugs, the issues about guns, so many. And so the jury has to determine whether he is responsible, Diddy, for any of those predicate acts over the 10-year period of time, and whether he was running a criminal enterprise. The other count relates to sex trafficking, and that really deals with the fact of whether he was engaged in this sexual activity, commercial sexual activity, and whether or not it was coerced, or whether it was that they were willing participants, applying to 2 people. Cassie Ventura, a person he was involved in a long-term relationship for 11 years, and another one only known as Jane, who he was involved in a relationship for 3 years. And finally, Issa, the last count, there's 2 of them. It's really transportation for prostitution. And there's 2 counts as to that, making 5 in total. And that really says that if you were crossing state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution, you would be guilty, defining the time frames he's alleged to have done that. And the jury has to decipher whether the hotel receipts and the flight records and all of the various participants and the evidence would point to his guilt to that. And so that's what the jury was instructed on. They were informed as to what those charges specifically mean, right? A lot broader than I pretty much presented it to you in the time we have. And then they said, hey, go back and deliberate. So they have to look and determine with the facts, whether they match the law. And if they do, he'll be guilty. And if they don't, Issa, he'll be not guilty.
Okay. Now, that's what I was saying. They had to go back and deliberate. During that time, they had, out of the 5 counts, they had 4. They had made a decision. They had 4 out of the 5. Then when they go back on Wednesday morning in the court, deliberating for about an hour or less, they got a verdict. So what happened to the other 2? Because they got 2 out of 5 now. So what happened to the other 2? The only thing they couldn't make a decision on was the RICO charge. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Okay, now I'm not going to keep beating this down. Okay, so now what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and talk about Diddy praying, boy. He praying for dear life under those chairs. We're going to talk about this situation too. But next, let's talk about the no bail. No bail. That happened live while I was doing my live. I wanted to make sure I heard that correctly. And somebody said, we heard it on Pinkie the Housewife. We heard it here first. I did not say it. They said it. We heard it here first. We was watching what was going on. Someone was outside going over telling us what's happening in the courtroom. And then from his earpiece to her earpiece, they got word. No bail. He's not, no bond, no bail for him. So that's what happened. And I was happy because I had always said, and I brought this up again, I had always said this, and I even made got a video on this. What if Diddy is found not guilty and there are threats to fake friends? Not just to fake friends. And when I say fake friends, all them people that was at his party, they hanging out, they partying with him, they all in this Illuminati with him. They are all in this allegedly Illuminati. And then they at his party. Then after certain time frame, everybody got to go except for the people that's gonna stay for the after party. That's when he turns up the heat, turns the air conditioner off, turns up the heat. Everybody got to take their shot. If you don't take your shot, you're not one of them. And then that's when the lube and the baby oil comes out. And they always got somebody new. They getting ready to break in. That's when the women change from all white party to the sex workers, the XCX workers, then put on a black dress. So that way they know who they are. They all gonna have on the same black dress. Because this is one of the women that's gonna help serve you and please you. And then they always got some man, they're gonna clap his cheeks. That they're gonna give him some alcohol. And he may end up in bed with who knows? Who knows? And they always got some woman there that she don't know she's part of it too. She's getting ready to be unwillingly party. She getting ready to be treated like Cassie and Jane and the rest of them. She getting ready to be treated like that and don't even know it. Because they already gave her special drink. And she have to take whatever they give her in that drug-fueled box or mess that they got. Yes. So, yeah, is he a threat to a lot of people? If he gets out, and even the judge said it. The judge said it. After Mark Anipolos, whatever his name is, the defense parade around, and all of his attorneys parade around talking about this is just a domestic violence case. This is just a DV case. He just got a bad temper, a hot temper. He just flies off the handle. This is just a romantic relationship, a romantic, whatever, a romantic fairy queen or whatever you want to call it. I can't remember the word. Relationship. Far from it. But you're talking about how violent this man is. But it's not Rico, but he's just a violent person anyway, right? But then you want this violent person to get out. He had already tampered with witnesses. He was being watched the whole time while he was, even after the raid. They've been watching him for a while. And they know he had already committed, abused a woman after all this had happened. And then in his hotel room, he was getting ready to do it again. He had everything, the drugs, the lube, the baby oil. Where's the baby oil? He even had his baby oil. He even had the baby oil in the hotel room, ready to do what he always do, a freak off. He was getting ready. He went to New York to turn himself in. He actually went to New York to turn himself in that week. He was with his family, walking all over New York, sitting at the park. I even got pictures of him sitting down in the park with his family and everything, watching what's going on at the park. He was walking around taking pictures with people on the street. But he had already, the room was already going to be prepared for a freak off. Before he was going to have a freak off before he turned himself in. But it didn't happen because the feds, the agents, they surprised him. They walked up, they was already in the hotel waiting on him. And he walked in with his all his bodyguards and his people beside him. He was the first one to walk through the door. And when he walked in, they met him at the door and flashed their bags and let him know who they were. They had a brown envelope. One of them had a brown envelope. Sean just looked. His team didn't do nothing. They know not to do anything. Because that agents didn't come to play with you. They ain't playing this silly game with Sean P. Diddy Combs. Because he's supposed to be turning himself in soon. But no, they weren't going to let him turn himself in because they've been watching him. They know what he was all he was all up to. They knew he was getting ready to have a freak off. So they took him off the street themselves. Surprised everybody, but they took this ninja off the street. And in a way, everybody been safe since they took him off the street. When I say everybody's people, not, well, he's still guiding to some people. I must say that he's still guiding to a few people. He paid people off allegedly, made threats to people. Why do you think witness number 3, victim number 3 never showed up? I know who she is, and everybody know, but I would never say her name. I'm not going to say her name. And I'm not going to tell nobody her name, because her name is covered under the protection. So that way, Sean know who she is, but the public don't know, and we don't need to know. If you don't know by now, you're not going to know none of the people, witnesses that are under pseudonyms from me. You would never know. Okay? As far as I'm concerned, they still are called Jane and Mia. Okay? That's what the names are. That's the name they went by during the court, and that's the name that I'm going to always refer to them as. Here's a picture of them when they met him in the hotel room. This is a picture. This is the 2 federal agents right there. You see them right there? This is all Sean Diddy Combs' team. Oh, can y'all see that? Oh, to the left, standing halfway into the lobby, into the doorway, you see Sean Diddy's team. The 2 white men in the white shirts and the black pants that's in the center, they're talking to Sean Diddy Combs. You can barely make him out, but he's in the center of them, and they're talking to him, and he don't resist. One put his hand on his shoulder, not on his shoulder, under his arm, on his arm. And they walk him their way. They walk him away. Sean don't say nothing to nobody, because he know not to say nothing to nobody. Did his team get in front of him and try to put up a fight? No, they did not, because they know better. You don't do that. You didn't ask for that. You ain't asking for that. Okay? So this is this video I want y'all to see. This video is going to break down. This is, like I said, NBC New York is going to give you a breakdown. And this video is from today. This is today video. All right. This is a video from this morning. So it's going to give you a breakdown of the split of the verdict. Okay, this is from NBC New York. That information will be down in my description box below my video. So I'm going to go ahead and get it started. Let me get rid of this. Okay, here we go, guys. This video, okay, I just had to look at something. Here we go. And this is from this morning. Okay, this is from this morning. So they're going to sum up everything. They're going to give you a breakdown. They're going to sum it up for you. Let me.
Guilty on 2 counts. Bail denied. You are watching a special edition of The Case, Sean Diddy Combs, on News 4. I'm David Usher. The once king of entertainment, the hip-hop impresario, remaining behind bars tonight as the world waits to see what his sentence will be. There are still breaking developments on this story right now. And so from the first day of jury selection to the judge denying bail, our Erica Byfield has been in court and is standing by live now. Erica?
Yeah, David, this has been quite a week indeed. We started it off with the jury just getting the case, and then after 3 days of deliberations, about 16 hours behind closed doors, talking to themselves within that group of 12 people, 8 men and 4 women about this case. We then learned with some
I'll be muted. I'm so sorry. Somebody should have told me I was muted. Okay, so let me go back over this again. Since I've been muted, I don't know how long I was muted. But this is when on July the 8th, which is, I'm repeating it because I don't know how long I was muted. Okay, so let me just take this down for a second. On July the 8th, the judge is having both teams, the defense team and then the prosecution team. They're all going to come in on July the 8th. I forgot the time. I think it's 9. I think it's 9 or 10. I know another date they're supposed to come in is going to be at 10 a.m. But anyway, they're supposed to come in Tuesday, July 8th. Both sets of team lawyers to go over the process of P. Diddy Combs, Sean Diddy sentencing. There's a process to this, and they have to go over that process and see what that process is going to look like for Sean Diddy Combs. So remember that July the 8th, they're having their hearing with the prosecution and the defense team to see what is going to, the process is his sentencing. They're going to, there's a process to this. There's a, the way of going about this. This is to see how things are going to go for Sean P. Diddy Combs. What do that look like? Okay. Now, another date is to remember. Friday, October the 3rd. And make sure that that is Friday. Let me pull up October. October the 3rd is Friday. At 10 a.m., that's the next trial date. That is, put down, next trial date is October the 3rd on a Friday at 10 a.m. in the courtroom. So be there or be square. That day is set up for his sentence, to sentence Sean P. Diddy Combs. Remember, they asked for this to be expedited. They want they want to expedite this, make it fast. Let's get to it. Most times you get 3 months before you have to turn yourself in, before you have to go before the judge and hear what your sentence is going to be. But instead, he gets not 3 whole months. It's October the 3rd, Friday at 10 a.m. That's the next, that's the next trial date. Okay, October the 3rd, 10 a.m. on a Friday, next trial date. But remember, July the 8th, which is this month, next week on a Tuesday, that is to talk about for the defense and the prosecution, to talk about what it's going to look like for Sean P. Diddy Combs' sentence. They're going to go over the process. Okay, so keep those 2 dates in your think cap or write them down. I just want to make sure I give you those dates. Okay. I just want to make sure you got those dates. Okay. Now, we're going to go on to this. I just didn't want to forget to give you those dates. It was on my mind, and the quicker I got it off my mind, made it better for me. Okay. Now, this is the breakdown on what happened yesterday. All right. Just go back just a tad bit. Oh shit, guys! I forgot to let y'all watch it. I'm so sorry. I was too busy trying to eat my banana and drink my lemon water before it gets cold. I'm so sorry, guys. That's my real life.
Sean Diddy Combs on News 4. I'm David Usher. The once king of entertainment, the hip-hop impresario, remaining behind bars tonight as the world waits to see what his sentence will be. There are still breaking developments on this story right now. And so from the first day of jury selection to the judge denying bail, our
Now,
Erica Byfield has been in court and is standing by live now. Erica?
You know he get, for those 2 sentences, those 2 charges, carries a sentence of up to 10 years each, 10 years each for each one. Now, will he get, and they're hoping to get them stacked, one on top of the other. That will make it 20 years. But will he get the 20 years? Because something happened in the jury room with the verdict from 4. Verdict made a verdict from 4 out of the 5. They found 4 charges out of the 5. Then on Tuesday, out of the 5, they only taken 2. 2 out of the 5. Something went horribly wrong on Tuesday, and they didn't pull no. Something happened. Everybody been saying money, and saying that he got to the jury. Some got paid. The ones that want to get paid. Now, jury number 25. I ain't saying a word about you. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, David, this has been quite a week indeed. We started it off with the jury just getting the case, and then after 3 days of deliberations,
This
about
is
16
today.
hours behind closed doors, talking to themselves within that group of 12 people, 8 men and 4 women about this case. We then learned with some kind of dramatic fashion what they have found in this case. They decided to convict Sean Combs of 2 of the 5 counts that he faced. 2 of those counts, the Mann Act, that relate to taking someone over state lines to engage in prostitution. But then the drama part of it, the largest charges, the most impactful charges that the government had charged him with, RICO and sex trafficking, they found that he was not guilty with regards to 2 of his former ex-girlfriends, Cassie Ventura, and someone who testified in this case is Jane Doe. And as you mentioned, late into the day, the drama just continued because we were waiting to see if he was going to get bail in this case. And then ultimately, the judge denied that and said that he needed to remain behind bars until his sentencing. And now everybody is just wondering what Sean Combs is thinking now that he's headed back to Brooklyn to remain incarcerated. Just moments ago, his lead defense attorney in this case, Mark Agnifilo, was speaking to the media outside the courthouse. Here's what he had to say.
Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that is a jury of 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right, or certainly right enough. They acquitted him of the sex trafficking, which he was absolutely innocent of. They acquitted him of the racketeering conspiracy that he was absolutely innocent of, and all of the components to it. The kidnapping, he was innocent of that. The arson, he was innocent of that. The obstructing justice, he was innocent of that. And that is no longer just me saying that. That is the verdict of our jury.
And David, let me take you inside that moment when the verdict came down. It was around 10 o'clock in the morning on Wednesday when that happened. And this is what happened. We learned that there was a note. Sean Combs was brought back into the courtroom. We now know at that point he sat down and he was reading a piece of paper at the defense table. And that piece of paper had a Bible verse on it. When the judge came into the room, the judge then announced that there was a note and the jury had reached its verdict. And that is when we learned that verdict. When Sean Combs heard the word not guilty 3 times, he kind of put his hands together in a prayer position and kind of held them up quite like this. And he looked up at the sky, at the ceiling inside the courtroom as all of this was unfolding. And then later we saw that the jury was pooled. That basically means that each one of them were asked if this was their verdict in this case. And as each one of them said yes, he whispered a thank you in their direction. And as they filed out of the courtroom after that, David, I saw him have his hands up like this again and then saying thank you again. So clearly he feels like a weight is off his shoulders. But I can tell you from being in the courtroom day after day, it was very clear that he should have been convicted of prostitution or the Mann Act on counts 3 and 5. The evidence was there. And again, when the jury went back on those other counts, count 1, 2, and 4, they did not find that there was enough evidence there to issue a conviction. David?
Erica, just about 30 seconds because it was a day of up and down emotions for Combs and his family once they found
But
out.
they found it on Tuesday. They had out of the 5 counts, they said they can't find the they did out of the 5, they said 4 out of the 5. Racketeering, they had said no. And the judge sent them back to deliberate again on Tuesday, on Wednesday. And then when they came back out, instead of 4 out of the 5, now it's just 2 out of the 5. Two out of the 5. Something went wrong, terribly wrong, behind doors. Somebody got paid, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I have a right to my opinion. Copyright Act of 1976. Copyright Act saying in section 107. Okay.
Bail was denied. I know you had a brief exchange with the mother of Sean.
I did. I saw her in the hallway in this courthouse. We've been together for so many weeks, all of us. And I walked up and was asking her what she was thinking. So many people were doing that. She was just reiterating to us at that point that she was waiting to see if her son was going to get bail. Ultimately found out today he did not get bail. And he did ask, we saw in court today, late today, that the defense asked for him to get an earlier sentencing date. So we're waiting to see how that's all going to unfold. But at this point, the sentencing date is scheduled for
The early
October 5th.
sentencing date is October. I said it. What date did I say? October the, oh shoot. Let me just pull up my phone again. I said it and forgot already because I have it written down. That's why I forgot. October the 3rd on a Friday. That's his sentencing date.
Which is October 3rd, excuse me, which is a Friday.
Okay, Erica
Oh, she
Byfield,
just said
extraordinary
it.
coverage throughout. We're going to come back here
She
to
just
30
said
Rock
it
and take a
too.
closer look at the verdict of the jury's actions. NBC News legal
Don't
analyst
y'all
Danny
let me know
Savalas
what
has been
I'm
with us
talking
throughout
about.
on the case. We all got the push alert, Danny, but let's kind of go through it. This jury was always said to be attentive, taking
know what
notes.
she be
Listen.
doing.
Yes, and generally older than your average jury. Juries are skewing younger now. I don't know if that was a factor. But here's the thing. In this case, 24 hours ago, when the news
a bunch
was
of
that
old
the jury
folks
was
on
deadlocked on
the jury,
conspiracy, racketeering
except for
conspiracy, and they had reached a verdict on the others, everything made sense. I long believed the jury would struggle with racketeering conspiracy because it is the most complicated of all the charges by far. Even the verdict form took up several pages, lots of space, whereas all the other verdict forms were much, much, much shorter. So no surprise they struggled. The surprise for me is that he was acquitted on counts 2 and 4, both sex trafficking, because the Mann Act, count 3 and 5, transportation for prostitution, I always thought was a shoo-in because the evidence, all that was required is interstate transportation and prostitution. And there was plenty of evidence of that. The additional sex trafficking really boiled down, required the additional force, fraud, or coercion. So that means the jury found, for whatever reason, that there was no force, fraud, or coercion.
Is there a scenario where they could have believed Cassie and Jane, but not?
They did on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, what happened when they went back in?
Not in the definition of what the federal prosecutors had presented in terms of a conspiracy and therefore.
Yes, it is possible, but it's very interesting because all that was required was for them to find that Combs agreed to participate in an enterprise that included committing, not him himself, he didn't have to commit these crimes, but these 2 predicate crimes. And they had a huge laundry list to choose from: arson, kidnapping, all these different crimes they could have chosen from. And yet they acquitted on racketeering conspiracy. I believe that when they were sent back to deliberate, they would either mistrial on the racketeering conspiracy or convict him. I was very surprised that they ended up acquitting. But make no mistake about it, the most important crime he was acquitted of was sex trafficking. That's the one that
He
carried.
was surprised just like I was surprised. He was surprised just like I was surprised. Hey guys, if you're in the bushes, come out and hit that like button for me. Come on and hit that like button. Thank you guys.
A 15-year mandatory minimum. That means the judge would have had no choice but to sentence him to at least 15 years. And in the federal system, you're doing most of it. You're doing about 85% of that at least.
All right. I was going to ask you, with about 30 seconds, did we get a glimpse into the judge's thinking based on what he decided and said about denying bail?
I believe we did. Had the judge given him bail pending sentencing, that might have been a signal that he might go below guidelines when it gets to sentencing. He might still, maybe this means nothing, but it shows me that this judge takes this case very seriously in the conduct that Combs was convicted of and the conduct that we saw, that the judge here takes it very seriously. I would expect a considerable sentence within the guidelines.
Within the guidelines. Danny Savalas, thank you as always. Next, we're going to go back to Lower Manhattan, the jury's decision known. But now the question remains, what's next for the Sean Diddy Combs brand?
Let me just say something, guys. That Sean thought he was going to rule this courtroom, but he didn't. But his antics that he did when the judge called him out the first time, from nodding and looking over at the jury, nodding, trying to make favors with them by looking at them and nodding off. Judge called him out on that. He really thought he was leaving, going home. They put out a natural package. But let me tell you, Mark, on the defense team, that man talked about, he put Cassie and Jane down like they were some average hoes out of the gutter. He knew he effed up. You don't talk about, you talked about these 2 women like they was nothing, like they were straight up prostitutes. And talking about they can, I think it was Cassie or Jane, one, I can't remember which one of them. I think it was Cassie though, talking about how she likes that and she wanted it, and that she can take 20 men all at one time, 10 men all at whatever, 10 or 20, but I think it was about 20 men all at one time. You talked about this woman like she was a common hoe off the street. And he knew, and I think Sean put him up to that. I think the Diddler put him up to that. Because the words came out of that man's mouth wasn't fit to be said in that courtroom. And the judge had to call him out on that one. We're going to watch this, but I'm going to read those words for you. I'm going to try to find them in the docs and read those words for y'all, what he said, because it was wrong. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care if you for Diddy or against Diddy. What he said was wrong. It's almost
former ex-girlfriend.
It was almost like a woman asking for it. Like, you know, you say, she asked for it. I'm trying to get us back to where we was because I hit the wrong thing. It's almost like you saying she's asking for it, like a woman asked to be RAPE. Don't no woman ask for that. That's out of her control. Nasty, nasty. And Sean did not get bail because he was a threat to the public. Because his defense team, during their deliberation and during their opening, they said that this is all domestic violence, DV. This is all what goes on in a relationship. That he got a hot temper. He easily to get upset. He have a anger management problem. Yes, he beat his girlfriend. Yes, he kicked and did this to his girlfriend and the women around him. But he's not guilty of RICO. By saying those things, letting everybody know in the very beginning, what we was dealing with is a narcissist that beat and kicked and threatened and abused women. That came back to haunt them from what they said in the very beginning, in the opening, and what they said at the end of closing. And the judge denied him bail because of what they said, what his defense team said. So how did the judge know? First of all, the judge had already decided. A lot of you all don't know. The judge had already decided that he wasn't going to grant bail, but you got to go through the process of it. Because he already knew what they said. You can't take back what you already heard. You cannot take back something that's already in the lawsuits and in the court docs and all this here stuff. You cannot take that back. So the judge knew what he would do and how abusive he is to his employees, to the women in his life, and and other people. He knew that would be a threat. People would be afraid. And also that he tampered with witnesses. That's one of the reasons too. He tampered with witnesses. He was tampering with witnesses while right before the trial started. While the trial was going on, he was tampering with witnesses. Y'all remember that phone call, because every phone call from the prison house, from the Metropolitan Detention Center, those calls are recorded. Y'all remember those calls that he had with his son. And then not just with his son, but the calls that he would make. He was using, you only get so many calls per person. He was using the other jailees, the other people that was in jail, some of the other inmates' call times to make calls. And then they have to call one person and have that person then do a three-way and call this person so he can talk to whoever he wants in. He was using everybody's other call time. And then he was putting out messages Like, don't forget the pizza boxes. Don't forget to throw out the pizza boxes. Yeah. All that stuff. So, yeah. Sean and his whole family was praying and thanking, and he was talking to his family that was sitting behind him. He even got down on his knees praying and everything. Every time they would say not guilty, he kept, ooh. Even the judge asked him, do you want to go back to that place? And he said, oh, no, Your Honor. That didn't, and he thought he had it in the bag that he was leaving. Outside the courtroom, his son said that his dad was coming home. Everybody was happy, smiling, and that all changed when they found out he ain't coming home. I bet they had the house set up for him and ready to go for him. But what person in their right mind think, if I'm let out on bail, I'm going to dictate to the judge where I'm going to stay? He wanted to stay at 3 different locations. His house in Miami. He wanted to stay in his LA house. And then he wanted to stay in another location, I think in New York, in his place there. He wanted to be able to go in between all of his homes. I think the other home is in New York, but I know the Miami and the LA home. He wanted to be able to go through all locations. And then they mentioned that his airplane, his jet is not, he don't have access to it because it's in Maui or Hawaii, somewhere. I can't remember. It's somewhere. That man can just make one phone call and say, bring me my jet. Just because he's locked up, he haven't had access to it. But it don't take but one phone call, like it always took one phone call for him to get anything and everything he wanted. And talking about he'll have security, he'll hire his own security. What fool is they own? He got all these high-powered attorneys thinking crazy. There's nobody that's in their right mind, judge in his right mind, is going to say, okay, you can hire your own private security. That's what he had the first time, his own private security. And they let him do anything, RAP women, beat women, hit them upside the head, stomp them, and they stood there and did nothing. All his celebrity friends that would be around him when he's beating and kicking and stomping and slapping and pulling hair, Cassie, they did nothing but sat there. And these are rappers themselves, people in the industry themselves. They did nothing. So of course he's not going to be let out on bail, because he can influence the jury. Although he's out on bail and they had already made their verdict, but he can still get to them. He can get to also all of his celebrity friends that did not back him or come to testify for him or put money on his books. He can get back at Cassie. Cassie's lawyer said she did not feel safe. Cassie, she made a statement or something that she did not feel safe. Oh yeah, she wrote a letter. It was a letter that she wrote to the judge that if he is let out, she do not feel safe. She don't feel safe with him being out. Everybody won't feel safe because this man is going to keep doing what he's going to do. No judge, no being out on bond. Nobody is going to be able to tell, like they said. You can't tell, like Jane and Mia and everybody, Cassie and everybody said, you can't tell Sean no. Even the Punisher is all up in his ass. Because the Punisher is saying he still haven't apologized to Cassie. He making his round on social media are being interviewed and everything, and have not, and he still won't admit, even after he found out all over the world knows that she was being forced. He's still talking about looked like she was having a good time. She didn't look like she was under distress. Ninja, everybody told you. You know better. You just trying to stay faced with Diddy, hoping it's going to lead you to selling that book. And then hopefully he'll give you a job. That's what you want. Talking about you are an escort, an exotic dancer. That having XEX and performing that's not you. But you sure did it for what, 11, 12, 13 times? You was a hoe. You was a prostitute all those times. You was prostituting yourself all them times. Yes, you were. The Punisher, yes, you was. So that's why, if you want to know why he didn't get bail, that's why. Who's gonna let a man that abuse people, abuse women out on jail? Out on bond. Give me a break.
Now the question remains, what's next for the Sean Diddy Combs brand? It was clear from the onset this was never just a court case. This was one of the most powerful men in entertainment, standing trial, and the dirty details of aspects of his life being shared for the world to see. So how does this impact the Sean Diddy Combs empire, as it were? Joining us from outside court, Lauren LaRosa, who's not only been joining us here on the case, but she's been reporting on The Breakfast Club on Power 105. And Lauren, you've been at the intersection of social media, pop culture, and justice, which is really what this is about. We may have seen it before, but not quite like this. So let me start with you. I think, Lauren, there would have been one set of circumstances had he walked out on bail and been able to claim this victory, but now he's still behind bars. So talk us through it.
Yeah, I think if he were able to walk out of court today, the image of Sean Diddy Combs walking out in a crowd full of people today, there were people out here like I've never seen before, screaming "Free Puff," and there was so much joy and excitement when he was only convicted on when he was found not guilty on 3 out of the 5 charges. And after his legal team says this was a black man who was very wealthy, that was targeted by the government, they would have leaned in on that image. And I think he would have been able to almost gain sympathy from the people who kind of thrown him away, especially since that Cassie video. But it's different now.
And so instead, he remains behind bars, and the judge, and I know you were there hearing it, actually referenced some of the violence, some of the evidence that came forward. And remember, Diddy apologized for the Cassie video. That now impacts him moving forward. So we talk about this Diddy brand. Give us an assessment.
I believe the brand moving forward it's not going to be what it has been. I mean, he's about to spend more time in jail, more time behind bars, right? Like, so as of right now, the sentencing date is early October. I believe it was October 3rd, but his team is asking for the sentencing to be expedited because everything is fresh in the judge's mind. But even if so, he's going to be out of sight, out of mind for some time. The conversation of all of the letters from Cassie and, former assistants and Cassie's hairstylist talking about the alleged violence, and the fact that he conceded to that and the judge used it as such a prominent point to keep him behind bars, and that now it has become the conversation in the media. I mean, that affects a brand in general. It's already been affected, but now there is hey, look, so these charges didn't happen. Maybe people feel like the government wasted a lot of time and resources, but at the end of the day, there really were some decisions he made that landed him here. People will not forget that.
Lauren, you've been bringing the developments of what happens each day to your listeners, of course, Power 105, to those who follow your podcast, The Latest with Lauren LaRosa. And you've also got your finger on the pulse in the court of public opinion. Now, I know right there, curbside, there have been a lot of debates about what happened today between the people and the various influencers. What is going to be the discussion moving forward with you guys tomorrow morning on the show and with you as you check in with your listeners and followers?
I think, when we're talking about the show, the conversation will be, should he have gotten this bond today or not until the sentencing? And when you talk about people out here and just the conversations out here, I think a lot of people feel like he should have been given the chance to go home with his family until sentencing, despite the violence that we saw on camera and the things and the acts that he committed following the raids and the indictment that the judge brought up. There were a lot of people here today that felt like, if nothing else, he should be able to go home because the charges, for right now, because the charges that he's actually been found guilty of, although serious, not as serious as that RICO where he would have been facing up to life.
I got about 30 seconds. What do we ask?
Someone just robot yelling, watch out for the baby oil.
Yeah, exactly. I know there's a lot of things. Your observations of Diddy in court today in about 30 seconds.
30 seconds, I think that he was a man who was literally hanging on by his faith and hanging with God. He was praying a lot. There was a lot of prayer hands. My last image of him before our screens cut down in the overflow room was him literally getting down on his knees in his chair and praying. He was just hoping for whatever mercy he could get from the court and from the man above.
And a swing in emotion when word of bail denial?
I mean, you have to be quiet in the courtroom, but in our overflow room, it was I think a lot of us, even I said, I wouldn't be surprised if he was giving the chance of bond. I think a lot of us thought at least there would be more conversation. The judge was so flat out with denied, and I am not backstepping.
All right, Laura LaRosa, thank you. We'll be right back. Sean Diddy Combs sat quietly through the weeks of his trial, but outside, Lauren and Erica already talking about it. Supporters, critics, cameras loudly making their thoughts known on the steps of the courthouse.
2 minutes. That's so crucial because I'm so short.
Since pandemonium.
You can see all the lights and you're like, something's happening.
There's a lot more members of the public than I've previously seen. A lot more influencers than I've previously seen.
I see what's going on down here, right? Y'all wanted to see it live. And so right now the family is arriving back at the courthouse.
2 of the kids just walked in right now.
Celebrity, you have drugs, you have sex.
They don't go down the way. They don't go down the way. If I'm a fan of a man that should have hit that women, I'm a fan that don't walk.
I think the jury did an excellent job.
I was absolutely devastated by the verdict. My heart breaks.
That's right. I'm happy with the outcome because I didn't want him to get caught on a RICO. The ex-trafficking, I know that's 15 years easy, 30 years is a lot, man.
Hopefully, Trump is honest enough to understand we've been out here obligated by this man that this case is not a domestic case. He can go free. I know you're.
So here we are in our live coverage. The jury's decision is known, but as we said, the case is far from over. But it has been essentially an 8-week experience if you consider jury selection and, of course, the 6 weeks of actual testimony. So we wanted to bring back our entire team from the case, Erica Byfield, Lauren LaRosa, and Danny Ceballos, because they've all been so close to it. Erica, I just want to start with you getting some final thoughts. I know none of you have had a chance to really catch your breath, but take some time now to kind of process what's played out.
You know, really what I'm thinking about right now, David, if I have to be honest, is the simple fact that the defense took a strategy in this case to talk about the domestic violence and to own it. And it now seems like owning that domestic violence is part of the reason why Sean Combs is now headed back to MDC in Brooklyn to stay behind bars as we wait to see what's going to happen with his sentencing. But it seems like that was a gamble the defense was willing to take because they wanted the jury to see the case their way. They wanted the jury to see that they felt like the violence was unacceptable, but they did not think that he was guilty of RICO and sex trafficking. So that's a moment that's sitting with me. Something else is the makeup of this jury. I've been talking about this for weeks, but I think that was a huge factor in this case, especially when it came to closing arguments and when Sean Combs' lead defense attorney, who was a male, was talking to the older jury of 8 men and 4 women. I feel like he used a lot of language to connect with a male audience, and that may have worked in Sean Combs' favor.
Yeah, you're right, Erica. And, you know, you point out the judge in denying bail actually referenced the defense acknowledging the violence in closing arguments to say, this is why I'm denying bail. So it was interesting there. Lauren LaRosa, this, I think, covering a case like this was a first for you in bringing all the energy and resources that you did and serving the multiple audiences that you served. What are you thinking right now?
I think I piggyback Erica, like just literally one of the things I keep thinking about is when the judge read line by line what the defense said, and when they conceded to the violence with Cassie, how Diddy looked up at his attorneys. And I know that probably was a group decision and a group strategy because Diddy was very involved in fighting his case. But I'm like, man, the decisions that we make, how they come back to be the reality that we have to live for not only just him, but his family, for his children. They didn't make those decisions. He did, but they're all having to live and deal with this. And one of the other things that I'm really thinking a lot about too is the fact that, you know, we still have to hear the sentencing. Like, we still don't know how long Diddy will be away from his children and how long these children will, you know, have to live life without dad, essentially. And again, I just keep thinking about that. The decisions that they did not make, how they are now, those decisions are now impacting their life and at the forefront have impacted Diddy's life ultimately.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to come back to you too, but I'm going to come here to the studio for Danny. Is there going to be Monday morning quarterbacking with federal prosecutors, Danny? I'm sorry, I'm turning to you. You're standing right here, but you're there. In terms, you know, we heard words prosecutorial overreach, or should the case have been brought? Your thoughts? What do you think?
I don't think the prosecution is going to engage in too much soul searching about this. I think they'll just move on to the next case. And I mean, that's just not what the government does. The government is in the business of prosecuting people. They will simply move on. But make no mistake about it, this is a loss. More than 90% of federal criminal cases end in conviction. And they're usually, most of the time, guilty pleas. Defendants simply give up early on. But even those that go to trial, 90+% are convictions.
I think he should have brought in KK. KK should have been in there. That KK should have been in there. And also, what's her name? What's her name? The one that was she's a young black girl. I forgot her name. She had her own show, Young Miami. But KK should have been in there, brought in for the prosecution. She should have been on that trial, on that stand.
And by the way, to be true, there was a conviction in this case. So technically, the government statistics are still bolstered. But this is a symbolic loss for the government. The Mann Act, the two convictions, were the least serious. In the last few weeks,
I don't think it was a loss, guys. He was still convicted. Let me just pull this down for 1 second. I don't think it was a loss. Sean was still convicted. Sean is still sitting behind bars. He was sitting behind bars since September the 16th. That was on a Monday of 2024. He's been sitting behind bars, been denied bail 4 times. 4 times. 4 different attorneys. 4 different judges denied him bail because they know what he's capable of. So it's still a win for the prosecution. He's been in jail since September the 16th. He thought this time, yesterday, that he was going to be let out on bail. He was denied bail again. So, and he's in there until October the 3rd, when they come down with his sentence, tell him how long he got on those 2 charges. And each one of those charges carry 10 years. So if you look at it, he can be in prison. They want them stacked together, like one on top of the other. And if they stack him and give him those 10 years, that's 20 years. I don't think Sean can make 20 years. Even if they cut it down and give him 15 years for both charges, together, that's still a long time. Even if they give him 10 years, that's a long time. Give him 5 for each one, that's still a long time. But he's still going to serve some time. So him being off the street so people can feel safe, that's still a win. That's still a win to me. He didn't get a chance to do his freedom walk and show out in front of the whole world. No, he didn't get that. Sean was told no, and they said he don't like the word no. Nobody tells him no because this is Sean's world, Diddy's world, and we just live in it. So to me, it's still a win. He's still in jail. He's been in jail for 10 months, and he's still in there till October the 3rd, and he's still gonna go after October the 3rd. He's still gonna be in prison. Then he's going to prison for however long, I don't know, but that's still a win. And then on top of that, he's gonna always be labeled a criminal, a criminal. Yeah. So he's gonna always have that label on him. He couldn't get nobody else to take this rap for him, so he got to do his own time.
Evidence. But in terms of seriousness of crime, the real danger to Combs was sex trafficking with that mandatory minimum. And yes, a surprise here, and certainly a loss for the government, although it's strange in federal criminal land, even getting a conviction is technically a win, but really spiritually a loss.
Good context there. Let me come back to you. All of you can weigh in, but Lauren, starting with you, because you sat through a lot of graphic, emotional testimony from Cassie and Jane and others. And Lauren, you had mentioned the children involved here who had no say, but Cassie and Jane, we know there's a legal settlement for Cassie, but what next for them? Some advocacy groups have already come out and saying this might have a chilling effect on those who've experienced similar
Let
violence.
me just say this. Other charges have already been filed against Diddy. More charges and already been filed. Forgot from your more charges already been filed. We'll talk about that. Oh Lord, what did I do? I made it small.
And in that regard, Lauren, and then Eric.
As far as Cassie, I mean, I know she just, she welcomed a new baby into the world, and she's spoken out. She's spoken both against him receiving bond. She's spoken about, she's spoken directly to other domestic violence victims in this. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she goes on to do some advocacy, but also I wouldn't be surprised, nor would I feel any different toward her if she chose to just live her life in peace and solitude with her family and do that. As far as, victim Jane, I have no idea, where that lies for her at this point, because, I mean, maybe she feels a weight of relief, but I know that her testimony was heavily scrutinized. So I don't know where that sits with her internally. But, I would hope that now she's able to move on as well, too. She spoke her piece. Hopefully she feels some justice in what was accomplished. And she moves on and she lives her life as well.
Eric, about a minute on that.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same things with regards to that. And another thought I have is just beyond that, there are other people we heard about throughout this trial, his inner circle, so many names that came up, KK, D-Rock, things like that, people like that, wondering now what's going to happen to them. Their images have obviously been tarnished throughout this case because they were talking about, at least the prosecution was alleging that they were integral to these alleged crimes that they say he committed with regard specifically to the sex trafficking and the RICO. So where does they all stand in this? What's the fallout for them? I guess we don't know. We've heard some chatter that maybe additional people could be charged in other ways in this case. So there's so much that we still don't know. We're going to have to watch time to see what comes next.
All right, Erica Byfield, Lauren LaRosa, and Danny Zavalos, thank you so much for your coverage throughout. And we're not done yet, of course, with the case, but we're really thankful for all you brought to our coverage. And we thank you for watching this special edition of the case, Sean Diddy Combs. Of course, we'll have the latest on News for New York at 11, and we'll have more reaction from all those involved. But I'm David Ushery for now. Until next time.
Okay, guys. That was that. That was eye-opening. I told you they was going to break it down for you. And they did an awesome job in breaking that down. They did a fantastic job in breaking that down for us. Let me just make sure. Okay. I want to make sure I can get. Let's see what's going on here. I always go right back to my sources. Okay, I'm going to bring it up, guys. And I'm going to get us freshly caught up. Okay.
He had spanned more than 6 weeks.
Okay.
And a prison, and that is a
Okay,
jury of 12 citizens. So today's a great day. Today is a win. Today is a victory of all victories for Sean Combs.
Big night in any event, with much more in the story still to come. CNN's Kara Scannell was in court literally with a front row seat as it unfolded. She joins us from outside the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan. So what was it like when the verdict was read in court?
Anderson, when we learned that.
Okay. I think we already saw this. I think they're just rehashing this part over, but that's okay because I already got stuff lined up. But let me just see where we are on the things we're talking about today. Okay. Okay. We talked about the verdict, 2 out of the 5. We talked about the no bail. I mentioned waiting to be sentenced, which is October the 3rd at 10 a.m. October the 3rd now, guys, at 10 a.m. That's when they're going to sentence Sean P. Diddy Combs, the diddler. Now, remember I said July the 8th. That's when the judge is requesting to have the prosecution and the defense team come together into the courtroom so they can talk about the process and what it's going to look like for Sean P. Diddy Combs' sentence. What that sentence is going to look like for him. So they're doing that next week, right after the 4th. That's on a Tuesday, which is July the 8th. That's July the 8th on Tuesday. I don't know. I can't remember whether it's 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. But the one on October the 3rd is going to be at 10 a.m. So y'all can sleep in 1 hour. Okay. Now, this is another one I had ready for you all. Let me see. Oh, here. We're going to skip over and do this one here. Oh, we better. No, we're going to do this one. No, I don't know which one to do first. This one, because all of them are recently. That's why. Okay, here it is. We're going to go ahead. Remember, anything that I show is going to be on the credit down in my description box. Okay, I think I'm going to just, do I want to show this one here or part of the other one? Let me do part of the other one because, well, this one is short. So let me just go ahead and do it. And let me just go ahead and do it because this one is shorter. I have picked these out for you all. So everybody can, okay, here we go, guys.
Live for you right now out in New York City. And we are continuing to bring you coverage of the Sean Combs trial as Diddy was denied.
Wait, that one, I really want to save that one for later. Let me, I really do. I want to do this one here. I'm going to, the reason why is because it got some of the celebrities on here giving their opinion and got one of my favorite attorneys on here. Oh, yes, I got, this man cracks me up. Okay, this is with Piers Morgan, Uncensored. And it got some of the celebrities on here. But I ain't worried about the celebrities. I don't give a darn about them. But it got my favorite attorney on here. He cracks me up. He cracks me up. And y'all got to see him. I'll let y'all know. So, hell, I'll never see a federal prison Diddy verdict debate. Future Sammy the Bull and Bruce Rivers. I love Bruce Rivers. That's the attorney. Y'all gonna see why I love watching him. I watch him so much. And prayers go out to his son. Prayers go out to his son that passed away. Oh, yes, his son. I used to watch it when his son, when his son was his person that helped him on his life, got everything all set up. And I think if it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't have been doing this. Just my opinion. But I love Bruce Rivers. Okay, here we go. So you see how happy I'm glad I changed the video? Because I just love watching him. And this is from yesterday. And they give their opinions after all this was over. This is what they think and how they feel. Okay, here we go, guys.
Was weak. It wasn't a strong
This will be the last video we will be watching.
case. It was a strong case in the media and all the pundits who wanted to say he's a woman beater. That doesn't equal a RICO charge.
This verdict really just goes to show how much women are really truly not believed.
If numbers don't lie, it was 36-0. 36-0.
Some even went as far as suggesting you must have been on the Diddy payroll. Would you like to clear that up?
I am not on the Diddy payroll. This was just my...
That's what I've been thinking. I told you, the Punisher, think about the way he talks. He doing just like Diddy. He never said sorry to Cassie. He didn't know she was being abused. Any of this. He act like Oh, she wanted it. Oh, she didn't act like that to me. She was just cool with it. Man, get who, Lord? Let me just do this. Let me just do this. I'm not saying a word. I'm just putting it up there. I'm not saying a word. I just had to put that up there for a while. Okay? Here we go.
Honest experience.
When you run with certain people and you know what they could be capable of, then you know you might
Y'all
be
know
in
who
clear
he
and
is.
present danger.
The one in the middle with the sunglasses on and the baseball cap turned backwards. Y'all know who that is. That's Jock from Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. That's Jock. He's a radio personality and a reality star. And this is Sammy the Bull. I think that's Sammy the Bull. Sammy the Bull daughter had she was on this Housewives of the Mob. Not Housewives, Mob Housewives or Housewives of the Mob. And his daughter was on there. Hey, sweetie, I'm so glad to see you, sweetie. Let me just show you something. Package came in. You asked for what? What color did you ask for? All the fans came in. Let me show you. They all came in. Let me pull this down. I got all the fans. I ordered them last night, late last night, probably about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I got them already. They came in this morning, expedited, expeditiously. See, I got the blue one, the green one. I think my thoughts was getting the green one because she wasn't there, remember? And we had to choose a color for her, and we chose green. I think you asked for pink. Was it pink that you asked for? Pinkie, I'm number like 22. Here it is. That's your pink one. So these are going to get shipped out today. So here they all are. I got the navy blue, two navy blues. No, a brown, 2 navy blue, your pink one, and this one is for my thoughts. I got some of the people came in the live earlier, was in here, and they already saw that I showed it to them. I tell you, when Pinkie says she's gonna do things, she do it. Pinkie don't be playing with you all. And that other gift, the person that ordered the hat, the baseball cap, I'm gonna order that today. I was tired, but these are going out today. They're gonna get packed up and go out today. So you'll be getting it in a couple of days. Okay, and I mentioned that we're going to start doing this more often, at least once or twice out of the month. Okay, but I need to get to 6,000 subscribers. 219 subscribers from hitting 6,000. So I need everybody to work with me to help me to get to that 6,000. So y'all, I mentioned this morning. You wasn't here. So once I get to that 6,000, those are very nice. Yes, y'all get your fans. We're gonna do this more often because I want to be able to give back to my members, my subscribers, people that rock with me, people that come into my chat, whether you're a subscriber or a member or not. I want to be able to give back, to have fun on my live, like I always have fun. Y'all know I be having fun all by myself. But yeah. Okay, I'm so glad you came in because I did mention if y'all see Sweet Tea come in, let me know if anybody come in that was in that live yesterday because that was a watch party. That was a verdict watch party. And I stayed on for 7 hours. 7 hours and 3 minutes. Ooh, 7-hour live. But I said this video that we're playing now, this is the last video that I'm doing. After this video is over, then we're done for the day. Okay? And hopefully I get a chance to let everybody speak to Phoenix. Phoenix will be walking up in here any minute. Okay? So y'all get a chance to say hello to my baby.
System, they want to get their hunk. They can't walk away. They're already disgraced. They don't want to walk away totally disgraced.
After 7 weeks of revelations and a case that's shaken the showbiz world, Sean Diddy Combs has been found not guilty of racketeering and not guilty of sex trafficking his ex-partner Cassie Ventura, another woman referred to only as Jane. The jury did find him guilty on 2 counts, both of transportation to engage in prostitution, related to those same 2 women. Well, the verdicts have come as much of a bombshell as the case itself. We have an all-star panel of opinionated insiders and legal experts to explain what it all means and what happens next. In a moment, I'll talk to Young Jock and Sammy the Bull, and I'll talk to the Punisher, whose evidence appears to have been pivotal in this trial. But we begin with our legal panelists. Bruce Rivers, the criminal defense attorney who's covered the Diddy trial fastidiously on his popular YouTube channel. Suge Knight's former attorney, Matthew Fletcher, who's repeatedly questioned the strength of the prosecution's case. And Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, a lawyer who's represented other women who claim to have been Diddy's victims. Well, welcome to all of you. Matthew Fletcher, let me start with you, because you've been very clear with me in the many times you've appeared on Uncensored during this case that you believed they were not going to get convictions on the more serious charges. And what is fascinating about that, A, that you've been proven right, of course, but also that in the Southern District of New York, the success rate for federal prosecutors is 93%. You know, they hardly ever fail. So just why do you think here, I mean, it's being billed as Diddy beats the feds. Obviously, he's not completely beaten them, but he's only been found guilty of the least serious charges. Why do you think that has happened?
Because the evidence was weak. I've said from the very beginning, I've got over 100 jury trials. I did this for 23 years. All I do is trial consulting now. I can spot a bad case a mile away. And the first witness in this case, from the first witness in this case on, this was always about the government saying he's a bad person, which he is. He's a horrible, rotten woman beater. And as I told you last time, Agnifilo is going to get up there and say, convict him of every single count of domestic violence. But there aren't any counts of domestic violence. He did that. I told you before that they were going to sit there and say that these women enjoyed this. There was no coercion. There was no duress. And to show that one video of what happened years ago, that's what they built their entire case on. And it's horrible, but he wasn't charged with that. Racketeering, RICO is meant for particular vices. And those vices don't include shipping in prostitutes. And unfortunately, they don't also include beating your wife or your girlfriend. That's what he was. He's a wife beater or girlfriend beater. He was never should have been charged with this. Never close. All the people who were wringing their hands and saying, oh, well, they must have convicted him in 4 counts. It's not even true. They never believed the word Cassie said. They never believed the word Jane said. That jury wasn't even out. 1 hour of deliberations, they came and said, Judge, we need to throw juror 25 off because he's not deliberating. That told you there was already a group of people together who were willing to go in one direction or the other. That jury deliberated 3 hours, essentially, before they had conviction or had verdicts, which a fast verdict like that, in my experience, tells me that's clearly a defense verdict. Clearly. They came back today and it was over. It wasn't a strong case. It was a strong case in the media and all the pundits who wanted to say he's a woman beater, which he is. That doesn't equal a RICO charge.
No, well, you've been very consistent on that. I mean, given the convictions he's now received, what is his likely sentence? I mean, each count, I think, is a maximum of...
Got to give him 2 years.
It's a maximum of 10 years on each count. So what do you think he'll get?
Yeah, but the feds are different. First of all, he's convicted of procuring a prostitute. If we're going to start throwing music moguls and billionaires in prison for procuring prostitutes, we're going to need to expand the prisons. We're going to have to get alligator Alcatraz fired up. But, under the guidelines, he has no criminal records, basically. So he should get the minimum sentence, which is 2 years. And they could screw him over and run him bow-legged and do them consecutively. There's no reason for them to do that. I expect at 1 o'clock the judge is going to give him bail. I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, there's very few people in federal prison right now for these charges. So I would be surprised if he didn't get bail. And he should get the minimum, because that's what they're not going to look at. Beat up Cassie. That's not relevant.
No, it's irrelevant. But let me ask you this, on a technical point. Can the time that he served in prison then be removed? Say he gets 2 years to run concurrently on both counts. So he serves 2 years. Would they remove time served, or is that irrelevant?
The judge can do whatever the judge wants to, but he gets his credit. In feds, it's day for day, so he gets $1 for every dollar he put in. So he's 7 months into this already. So if they run him concurrently, he's looking at probably a 20-month guideline, and you knock off 7, and there's very real chance that he's not ever going to see a federal prison. That's if it doesn't get if the president doesn't do something with it, because this is the kind of thing that you can see someone granting a pardon on. I mean, it's the White Slave Trade Act. That's real difficult to sentence somebody on the White Slave Trade Act in 2025, just from a practical standpoint.
Okay.
The government failed miserably.
Yeah, well, they clearly have. Ariel Mitchell-Kidd, you represent a number of women in civil cases against Sean Combs. What is your reaction to this verdict?
Well, I think it's important that we discuss the lack of diversity that was on the prosecution team. That was probably my most concern when I faced them, when I had a hearing for a motion to quash during the grand jury testimony. I was very concerned when I was looking across from me at 6 white women and them not being able to grasp just exactly how to convey what has occurred to a jury and being able to relate these things to a jury. Of course, my clients are very shocked at all of this. I am shocked. I'm actually very shocked at how they were able to reach the transportation aspect, but not the other 2 charges, because one kind of flows with the other.
Well, they don't though, really, do they? Because the transportation is that you're transporting people illegally across state lines for the purpose of prostitution, but that doesn't mean there's any coercion. And in fact, they have rejected all the charges, which would then lead on to a coercive situation.
Piers,
no sex trafficking.
You can't cut me off and let me not finish my statement.
Sure.
So in reference to, first of all, the bar they have to meet. It's a very, very high bar in criminal court. It is beyond a reasonable doubt. So, of course, it's clear that he did these things, transporting people for prostitution, the prostitutes, like you just said, the Punisher, who you'll have later, and other men who have said they were transported, as well as the women who said, the Jane Does who said they were also transported for this reason. However, when we talk about the coercion, I thought the elements were met. If you are asking me where I think the prosecution fell short, was I think taking 6 weeks to put on their case was a mistake. It was overkill. I think had they shortened and streamlined their case, maybe in a 3-4 week at max point, they would have been successful.
And when you say the prosecution team wasn't diverse enough, what exactly do you mean? What are you saying?
There were 6 white women. So there was not any other voice other than a white woman's voice being heard. There was not a man's voice, a man's perspective of any race, let alone any other race, especially a Black voice, considering just how, I don't even know what the word impactful is, not even a good enough word to describe Diddy's, I want to say impacts, but that, again, that's not even a good enough word. His chokehold, I'll call it, on the Black community. So when I look at, like, for example, R. Kelly, who, in my opinion, didn't do half as much or a quarter as much as Diddy did, for him to be in jail for 25 years and Diddy to essentially be getting possibly 10 to 20 years, 10 years max on each count. I don't understand it.
Tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who missed the April deadline or still owe back taxes. Well, today's sponsor, Tax Network USA, can still help. If your books are a mess, if you're self-employed, or if you're a business owner, Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial.
More evidence.
Could it be, Ariel, that we're just in different times? That when R. Kelly went down, we were still in the kind of full flow of the Me Too movement, the Time's Up campaign. There was a kind of, real zealous desire to put bad men away for long periods of time, Harvey Weinstein and others. And that the mood has changed somewhat now, and that people listen to the evidence, particularly with Cassie Ventura, where she settled with Diddy for, a lot of money, many millions of dollars, had her rent paid. Then she, in all the text messages that were leaked, carried on sending him very loving text messages, talking openly about wanting to.
Can you hear me now, Sweet Tea? You can hear me now, right? I just had myself muted, and I didn't know I was muted. But yeah, they had 8 men on the 8 men, 4 women. Those 4 women was no women of color. They was all white women. They probably didn't even know Sean who he was, because these are older, except for the one that works at the deli, at the younger one. She's not that young. She's 30, but she probably knew who he was. But it's hard to identify if you don't. That scientist, 51-year-old scientist, he ain't got time for no Diddy. He don't know no doggone Diddy, not in his world. And the rest of them, they don't know nothing about no Diddy in their world. So they didn't know. And got to remember, half of them probably do this to their wives and everything. Let me try to bring up those jurors. I had a not their name face, but I had a picture of who, I'll try to find it. Just give me a second. Let's listen to this.
To do the freak offs. The Punisher, who I'm going to interview again a little later in the show. When I interviewed him, he was very persuasive that everything that he was involved in was not only consensual, but Cassie was the one driving it all. She was the one paying him. She was the one organizing everything. Diddy just sat in the corner watching them.
But that's because Diddy, if you're going to get beaten, Diddy don't get his hands dirty. Everybody knows that. When it came to all these people that always, for some reason, get pneumonia or pow, the rappers that got pow, he don't get his hands dirty. He didn't even get his hands dirty when Carrie talking about the pow at the nightclub. J-Lo took the pow in her purse. She got her hands dirty, but nothing happened to her. And then we had what's the other one? Shine. Pinned it on Shine. Shine spent 10 years in prison. Why did he go on with his life? You see what I'm saying? And the woman know who pow-powed her. Give me a break. They have to say those things because and Diddy wasn't going to pay the man. He told Cassie to pay the man. Cassie didn't have no money. Diddy gave her the money to pay the man. When it comes to calling them up, just like Jane said, he have you to call them. And you have to say all these nice words, and I want to do it again and do this and I want to do that. It's not because you want to do it. You have no other choice but to do it. Give me a break. Oh, Lord, don't get me upset.
Let's be for real. Cassie didn't have her own money. So if that was
Thank you. And I have not seen this video. She just said, be for real. Cassie didn't have her own money. Thank you. I hate. I'm just be quiet.
case, why did her parents need to take out a loan to pay Diddy for that
Right, but my question, is
so
whether
it's not. It's
listen,
not
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying.
And this was her thing.
Okay, but Ariel, you're missing my point. I'm not saying whether it's right.
Speak up, girl. Speak your truth. Ariel, you're trying to tell them how it is in a woman's world. Oh, now they got Bruce Rivers up there, my man. He's an attorney in the blue with the blue tie. Ariel, speak your mind, girl, because all these men up here think they're gonna run the show. Like women, we asked them for it. We paid them. We talked about how much we liked it. Give me a break. What you gonna do? Not say it and get stomped in the head? Not pay the man and get your face rearranged? Get a broken nose? It's easy just to do what he tell you to do, so you don't get beat up. Give me a break. Gosh. I hate to see dumb people, men that acting like women be asking for it. And they did this and they did that. What about all the men? What about the men that was his playtoy? What about Osiris? He went on a all expense paid trip with Diddy as his boy toy. Did he say no to all the things Diddy wanted him to do? No, he did what he was told. What about the other guy that got his the young rapper from Philly that got his balls just cheek bounced around? Did he say no to Diddy? When Diddy wanted them to dress alike, he don't say no. When Diddy want to kiss him in front of everybody, do he turn around and say no? He kissed Diddy when Diddy wanted to be kissed. You don't say no to Diddy.
Right or wrong. I'm saying, do you feel like there's a different mood now about these cases?
I would hate. I was about to say I was trying to get to what your question was, which is I would hate to think that the application of the law is on the whim of the attitude of the people. So that's what you're implying, that because the wind has changed, there's an inappropriate application of law. And I would hate to think that we live in a society where that is occurring.
Okay. Bruce Rivers, I mean, you were very confident that he was going to go down to prison for the rest of his natural life. That is clearly not going to happen. So how do you feel about this verdict?
Well, I think the case was overcharged to begin with. And what the defense did in this case, they really focused on the free will of Cassie Ventura. When you have somebody that's a hanger-on, somebody that is getting something out of this, as opposed to somebody who's being forced into something, that's where I think the defense really won the day. And, I was going basically on the sensationalistic nature of the conduct because it really is bad. But when you really apply, I just tried one of these RICO cases here in Minneapolis on a gang case about a month and a half ago. And it's really easy to prove. But the thing about it is here, the court can use some of this under this acquitted conduct in sentencing. And so it's the final chapter hasn't been written. I know
he may still get a substantial prison sentence, you think?
He could. He could. The average person wouldn't, but the average person doesn't have all this other conduct. You know that.
But how much of that is relevant to what a judge may decide should be a sentence? I mean, I don't think this judge is going to. I mean, the judge, for example, can't bring in the appalling beating video because the statute of limitations is over for that, right? It's not even relevant legally.
Oh, sure it is. All the conduct of Diddy throughout this whole thing is relevant. You know, the judge will take into consideration the whole picture of Diddy, not just the offense for which he's charged. You know, he's got what I think he's like 7 months in or something like that. So if you just look at the low end of the guidelines, he's almost got that served. And so a judge may say, this is not what the message I want to send to the public, you know, and the judge very may well, he could sentence him consecutively. I doubt that he's going to, but
hasn't the jury, look, I mean, isn't the bottom line here that the jury seems to have concluded, and we may hear from some jurors, but, you know, I've just seen a statement from Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Doug Wigdor. He says, we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time, or that remains to be seen. By coming forward with her experience, Cassie left an indelible mark on both the entertainment industry and the fight for justice. She displayed unquestionable strength and brought attention to the realities of powerful men in our orbit and the misconduct that's persisted for decades without repercussion. I'm not sure she has established that in terms of the eyes of the jury. You know, I share the general view that video of Diddy beating her up in the hotel corridor was disgusting. He's clearly an appalling woman beater. However, that's not what he was charged with. And in terms of the charges, it just seems to me they didn't establish that any of this was non-consensual.
There's some truth to that, but they could have decided the RICO on the fact that there wasn't an enterprise. I mean, they could have we don't know why they acquitted on the RICO. On the sex trafficking, you know, it has to be forced part of coercion, but they could have acquitted on something else. It's pretty, and I think one of the things, like you said, Piers, is that they really focused on the free will, and they had plenty of evidence to back that up. You know, all the text messages saying, I can't wait for the freak off, you know?
Right.
I mean,
but I found, listen, as somebody, you know, just looking at it with a journalist eye, I found that pretty persuasive for the defense. You know, and again, I think it comes back. I mean, I'll bring Matthew back in here. The reason I mentioned the changing mood really about these kind of stories is that I think that people have become a little bit more cynical about cases where women have stayed in touch with the alleged abuser in a very loving and apparently very consensual way for a long period after the abuse is said to have happened. And then you add in the fact that there was a big settlement and Cassie took all that money and so on and so on. You know, I think when you put it all together, a lot of people may feel differently now than they would have done, you know, in 2019, 2020.
First of all, R. Kelly got convicted because he was screwing kids. That's the big difference. To equate R. Kelly with Puff, it's wrong and it's silly and it's nonsensical.
Puff had kids too. They was just 18 or 19, should I say 19. That's still a child, and he's a grown man. And who to say he haven't? And some of the docs I have read, it was younger than that. We're going to go over those docs one day.
R. Kelly was guilty of screwing around with kids. No time 50 years ago or 50 years from now will that be okay. This was a bad case. You know, no one believed Cassie. Here's all you need to know.
What?
Every single count in which the credibility of the alleged victims was put into question, the jury came back 36 times and said not guilty. Every single case, every single charge that had anything to do with Cassie or with Jane, the jury absolutely did not believe them, found them to not be credible, even to the extent to convict someone who's on a video.
Wait, hold on, guys. That is not true. I don't know what that is not true. I don't know where they found him at.
video beating the living snot out of the woman. That tells you all you need to know about the case. The media and people, lawyers, plaintiffs' lawyers who wanted to sue him said, oh, she's so convincing. It's hard to feel sorry for a woman who's instructing a sex worker on how to urinate in their mouth and telling her how to do it. And the Punisher, who I think is just an absolute star, explained this in to such a point of view, I would threw my hands up because I literally go, I don't know, you can't have better testimony than that, other than when Jane said she thought that P. Diddy was a cuckold. And if the prosecution, if they didn't think they had to do it, the defense didn't think they had to do it, they could have called, you know, any head of the human sexuality department and said, tell us about the swingers lifestyle, tell us about water games, tell us about this, put on the videos. That's clearly what it was. We don't have to guess because the jury has told us they believed what the defense team put out there. And Tenny Garagos from the very beginning set the stage for this. The tenor.
He just forgives
this is
no
all
matter what
consensual.
you do.
It's nothing coerced, and the jury believed every single word of it.
Yeah.
The 2 convictions are just based upon plane tickets and receipts. That's all. It literally didn't need any testimony from any of the 2 alleged victims, and I don't know why we're calling them, well, other than the videotape. In this case, they were found not to be victims. They were found to be incredible witnesses, and the evidence from their own mouths and their own fingertips and their own text messages proved that they shouldn't be believed, and the jury obliged them and didn't believe a word they said.
Yes, true. Ariel,
What did you
in
say?
terms of the women you represent with civil actions against Sean Combs, how much will this verdict affect those? I mean, does it make it more difficult now to win a civil case?
Before I get into that, I want to just address this verdict really just goes to show how much women are really truly not believed.
This is truly my reaction video. Because like she said, women are not believed. And I can't believe the things that's coming out of this man's mouth. I really can't. I'm just appalled. But this is my reaction video.
What if they're not telling the truth? Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out wallets that are uncomfortable and full of junk. The big question.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all. Thank you, guys. I think I had enough of that man. Whoever he is, I don't even want to know his name. But you know, the one with the bald head, I ain't had enough of him. Everybody else I could take. Him, he's just like, I don't even want to talk about him. Okay? 3:57, we're going to be ending here, guys. Let me just say, we did talk about the things we needed to talk about. The conviction of 2 out of the 5 charges. The no bail, why Diddy didn't get his bail, and the waiting sentences, the sentence. I talked about the date, which is October the 3rd at 10 a.m. for that. And then also July the 8th. They're going to have the attorneys meet in the courtroom to go over the processing, what it's going to look like for Sean Diddy Combs to be sentenced. Okay? So we talked about all 3 of those, and I just couldn't take no more of that guy with the bald head. Okay? So guys, thank you all for being here. Make sure you all hit that like button on your way out. He's probably doing the same thing as the Diddler. Thank you. Because to me, I could not take him. I thought I was going to be able to take watching the rest of this video. I cannot take him. He acting like women want it. We asked to be RAPE. We asked for this. We asked to be beaten. We asked, and he looked like Cassie was just looking for a money grab. After all them years, he should have gave her 50,000. I would have asked for 50,000. I mean, not 50,000, 50 million. Probably asked for 100 million because the guy in prison got 100 million. He asked for 100 million. He sued Diddy for 100 million and he got it. I probably would have done it too. Let me pull up his face so everybody know who he is. He sued Diddy and got was awarded $100 million. Now you can, we talked about this, so I'm not going to go into how it happened or anything. I did a whole video on it, but I will be doing a second video on it just because, okay? Just because. Here he is right here. I'm going to show you his picture. That's who he is. Let me just get this down. Yes. He sued and was awarded $100 million. And he prepared his own lawsuit. We'll get into him a little later. But I do want to thank you all for being here and everything. Make sure you go ahead and hit that like button on your way out. And if you have not subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel. If you watch this video, put hashtag 219. I think that's how many, I think that's what I need in order to hit 6,000 subscribers. 217. It's 217. That's what I need to hit 6,000. 217. So in your comment, make sure you leave a comment. Put hashtag 217. That way I know. And if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Thank you guys. We're going to be heading out of here. Whew. I'll do another video tomorrow. Y'all will see me tomorrow. Okay?
Going back to jail. I'm not going back to jail. I'm not going back.